Alright. Going to make sure this is live here before I go any further. Yes, this kind of pretty much is looking like it is live here. Yeah, today is Wednesday, August 27th. Today is, yes, August 27th, Wednesday, yeah. Sadly, because, stupid ass family got COVID and shit, so, I don't think I've had to mention on other fuck ass streams and shit. I think the other streams were before that shit. I think could be fucking wrong. So yeah, that's kind of why I fucking waited as long as I did. But it's the last day of the event basically, so I gotta haul ass on this shit now. But yes. Hello. It's just a Sinister Gambino here with a new stream. And this stream, I'm gonna be going over the event week for this week from very early Thursday, whatever, like per usual, in Grand Theft in yes, in Grand Theft Online, yes. Fuck ass, COVID and shit. Fucking what the hell, boy? What the fuck ass hell, boy? Fucking. So I have that in addition to this hernia. It's bullshit. I always have anymore health problem bullshit anymore. But whatever. Or whatever. Yeah, in this stream, going to be going over the event week for the week, whatever Grand Theft Online. Yeah, for a title, I chose 2 times Money and RP on the Community Race series, and I've noticed so far when it came to the ones that don't have like week editions, I've only stuck to ones that are like kind of new content editions. So I kind of figured I would just kind of go with the trend, I guess, so far, where I get to focus on like new content, like for this latest DLC, whether it's been week editions or the generic events, basically. But yeah, Community Race series is going on again. It looks like came out like a couple weeks back, so yeah. If there was 1 week break, obviously with the combat series, it makes sense the race series is starting up again, I suppose. And I think there's one exclusive for PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X, S, PC, and whatever they kind of have been doing, it looks like lately, since the rebrand, the relaunch of the Community series, I suppose, whatever thing that they do anymore with it. Yeah, more details on that later, I suppose, where I can show it off in the game easier. Yeah, there is a claim $1 million for free. Basically, there's a GTA $1 million that you can get for free right now. Yeah, with with yes, this end of summer GTA money giveaway. Log into GTA Online through September 17th. Go figure, since that's apparently the 12-year anniversary of the game, basically, there. To claim GTA $1 million. Bonus GTA money will be delivered within 72 hours of logging in. Now, it doesn't say on here in particular, on this thing I'm hovered over, but you actually get 2 million if you are on Plus subscription as well. I assume you get I Yes, I assume if you get the Plus subscription, like any time within the 17th of September, it will give you the extra $1 million as well. I would assume so, but yeah. It's $1 million at default, like the minimum amount. 2 million if you do have the Plus subscription, which is nice. So it could be a time to go for that, I guess, if you wanted to. Because the free money would be arguably pretty insane right now, I guess. Yeah. I mean, it very much still is a good way to go to not do that, of course. But yeah. And yeah, another event, last event, as a matter of fact, for where you can claim for free the Class A Drift Walton L35, L35, L35 for the off-road class, which I still actually have to do myself, which I may be doing. I had to think of a vehicle to like get rid of. Like I was saying, I think last stream, I might just get rid of my regular Duke since there's a Duke of Death anyways or something. And it's hard at this point to choose a particular something to get rid of, especially in the possible last summer update. Especially yes, in the last possible summer update in the whole entire game, and then they choose not to give a garage property for some reason. Which could have to do with a delay for GTA 6 that they weren't expecting it to do till like the last moment or something. I have no fucking idea. That's the only realistic reason I could think of for them not introducing a new garage property this update. That or they're trying to force people to buy plus. So like for example, with this, of course, for example, where you get like 2 million instead of a million to try and incentivize people to buy plus for not adding the property they could have added, or adding a property they could have added, of course. Mm-mm. But again, it starts as a drift tuning, so there's not really any important performance to go over on this vehicle anyways, so like, might be a quick one to go over, it might definitely be a pretty quick one to go over. And the customization is probably exactly the same as the traditional Walton 035, 035, 035 that released like in week 2, basically. That would have released yes in week 2, the update basically. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it probably has the same performance. Definitely does not have the same performance against drift tuning, so it doesn't actually have the performance upgrade. So it's actually basically just a stock version, which is worse than the other one that came out in the update, of course. But yeah, again, what's it called? Oh yeah, the customizations again. I was saying is probably the same, of course. So between the two models, I'm presuming it's basically the same vehicle, but a drift version that you just buy outright on the website. Alright, but yeah. And then members only apparently plus auto shop bonuses. If you join that subscription, you do get the 2 times money and RP on the robbery contracts. I talked all about that subscription, I believe, in the last stream, though, so I don't need to do too much more there. But the robbery contracts are absolutely amazing for 2 times money opportunity. Definitely. That's the impository contract for like 600k, I think, instead of like 300k or something, right? Or wait, no, it's only on like 2 times at all, I think, if you have the subscription. If it were 3 times, maybe I think it would be 600k. But yeah, I think Union Depository is like 300k instead of like 600k. Or like 300k instead of like the 180k or no. That's sorry, I think the normal is 300k, I think, on the Union Depository. So yeah. 600k, I think, is the 2 times on the Union Depository. Yeah, I think I'm right, actually. Now that I think about it, I was just getting confused, I think, is all. Cause yeah, the average one is like 180k, I think, without like money opportunity, I think. But yeah, it's a very good money opportunity, definitely, if you do have the subscription though. Alright, now for the what's new section, basics of GTA Online. Yeah, again, I should have talked all about the subscription though. Last event, Terra XO. Again, as a reminder, is the best top speed supercar that's not HSW. So, since there's 4 HSW top speed, like supercars, it's basically the 5th best top speed for supercar class. So, if HSW is ever disabled, it's actually the best one for top speed for the supercar class. It's pretty good, as a reminder. Alright, yeah, there's the confirmation of the Plus subscription. It'll hit your it will apparently hit your account within 72 hours of logging in, by the way, though, as well, since it's on the screen. So, yeah, if it doesn't become available right away, that's because you have to wait like 3 days after logging in, essentially. Well, you buy star cards for some reason, apparently. Yeah, so last chance chance to claim the vehicle, like I was saying, no. I thought it was going to stay in the Simeons. I thought it kind of suggested something about it staying there for second week, but no. Apparently, you have to buy it. Apparently now you have to buy it on the website, which is pretty annoying. But yeah, I might be doing that. I might not. Still, kind of, I guess. Yeah, Simeons. I almost want that for the title, but I don't usually call it by Simeon contact missions or something, maybe. And usually do it by repo work or something. I kind of forget. uh, but yeah. The export request, I believe, is the thing you text basically every time you get into the game, where you have like certain vehicles you have to get or something. Yeah, apparently those will give you free times, money, and RP. So like his export request thing from like day one of the game, basically those vehicles on like the text message. I know it's been revamped since day one of the game at times, but regardless, the feature itself debuted in day one, basically, I'm pretty sure. That is free times, money, and RP, yeah. I believe it gives you like under 100k, like even on free times, so it's not the most efficient thing to be going out the way for, but free times obviously better than 2 times, which is what the usual kind of thing would be for that, obviously, so it can be pretty nice if you're willing to go out the way for that, basically. And since it's day one, I think it always has to be vehicles on the street as well. Unlike the Los Santos tuners, like what that one vehicle feature is called for that update, basically. The exotic exports, the exports and imports, whatever they call it. Fucking I forget for the tuner one. But yeah, that one has like DLC vehicles, for example, so sometimes only be in like very particular spots in the map. Which yeah, that's kind of the case here too, but since they're all day one vehicles, you can always have like a chance of finding it randomly on the street, of course. Of course. And then yeah, all Simeons contact Tontos, yes, Freckle and Conk one. Yes, all Simeon contact missions, yes. Day one and the Reaper works both. Day one missions for him and the Reaper works, I'm pretty sure as well, yes. Are 2 times money in RP. Yeah. Plus members do also apparently get 4 times, apparently, since apparently it was part of the subscription, which I would have went over last event. Alright, apparently if you do the entire Premium Deluxe, apparently yes, if you do the entire Premium Deluxe Repo Work mission lineup, you will also apparently get a $500,000 bonus deposited within 72 hours of completion, so 500K in money actually is pretty respectable, I would say, for 8 missions, I'm pretty sure. It's either 6 or 8 missions. I think it's 8 missions for the Reaper Works, yeah. So if you do all 8 of those, for completing all 8 of those, you will apparently get 500K. So I'll talk more about those basically when I get into the game, basically. Alright, from there it goes, now available for Money Fronts, and then all the other day 1 contents for the Money Fronts DLC. So from there's nothing new, basically. Yeah, Reaper Works are definitely going to be the best ones, I believe, to do since they're more modernized contact missions. The more modernized contact missions are the ones that tend to get boosts in the later years as well. All the day 1 missions pretty much pay the same. All the day 1 missions pretty much pay the same as they did, like, aside for any, like, super early buffs they would have done, like, back when contact missions were at their peak and stuff, I believe, for, like, paying based on the amount of time and stuff. Whatever. But I think in, like, newer, like, updates where they, like, go back to previous, like, contents and stuff and, like, boosts to pay it with, like, a permanent boost or whatever, I think it only goes to, like, the newer ones and not the day 1 contact missions. Just keep in mind. So the Reaper Works are the best ones to do, basically, then, for that reason. When it comes to Simeon at least. Again, all that stuff was for the last time. However, they did update the screen here for members to receive additional GTA money. So they have updated this, put this on here at least, as well, I guess. And that's for this. Or no, that's right, that goes until the 17th, that's right, of September. So you have quite some time for that still. Basically. I'll go to story mode and buy only right now, for sure. Looks like I got it right away. Okay. Not sure what that Destiny 2 hour thing was about then, if I got something about it. Like, literally when I first got on, I actually wasn't on the game, I'm pretty sure, at all. Like, as soon as the other event started, I don't think it was on. Or whatever.
Hi.
Alright, so that got me to 15,200,000. $340, basically.
You take care.
Whatever. And yeah, I was saving my Tampa GT. Oh, and that reminds me, last stream decided randomly cut out like last possible moment, basically. However, I was pretty much at the end of time trial anyways, just to get to react and stuff, honestly, which is whatever, I guess. So the whole time trial probably made it on still, or like all but like the very last moments of the time trial. Not really a big deal. I got done on the very first try, which was pretty insane, but that's what kind of happens when it's like the first best overall top speed between all HSW vehicles, just being behind the two sports HSW vehicles, and the Banshee GTS, which is on top, and then the Stinger TT, which is above that, which is above this one even. It's like the number 2 overall best top speed for the HSW subclass, at least. Anyways. But yeah, anyways, I'm going over to Higgins Helitor's. The whole reason I'm spelling out the car wash is for the Higgins Helitor's. Yeah, lately. Yeah, I definitely did the Aquila last time, I'm pretty sure. So I'm on that page 1 Hunter, I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure. And yeah, mine's like a brownish, like militaristic one, which is cool, of course. Definitely. But Hunter's real cool, definitely. I'm just going home, so I forget which one hit the ball to be honest. But, whatever. I said barrage when I did square, so yeah, I might have default on the homing then. But Hunter's pretty cool helicopter in this game, even. I wasn't big that they changed like the chain gun thing and it was limited to passenger use, but I still like the Hunter a lot in this game regardless, so. Like car club, like plus promotion thing, whatever. We're going on to time trials for the event, apparently, at least for the day of Wednesday here, it looks to be Vinewood Bowl, at least for the regular time trial here. However, though, from my understanding, it's the same regular time trial for each day of the event. So, just for an example, the last time the regular time trials, or really any set of time trials, has changed much, as far as I understand, is the Dangerous Mercenaries DLC back in, like, summer 2023. Or shortly after, basically. But like before the update after, basically. So I think the last time any town trials would have changed would have been like before Chop Shop DLC. But I think when the Dangerous Mercenaries update first dropped, it would change every single day, like RC Bandito and Chunk Energy. It's not the case anymore, I believe. It is the same for each day. However, though, I believe you do get a daily 50k payout each particular day that you do it, though, if I recall right, basically. But yeah, Vinewood Bowl over to Pluto Cove, it sounds like. Okay. Okay. Yeah, obviously this is pretty much Boundwood Bowl right there. So should go here to Pluto Cove. It's probably like over here-ish or something. So Pluto Cove's like over there-ish. Kind of just sees you have to hover over the ocean, I guess, or something. It kind of lines up like the Stores board. It kind of looks like. That's what it's like. Okay. Which means you might be taking a road near to like. Which means yeah, you might take a road near like the Alamo Sea or something. Some roads like around that basically maybe might be the way. Which could mean some top speed in a way, kinda. But yeah, it kind of looks like your ideal way would be to go through like cross country or something. So like overall, you're probably just going better off with the lap time, I'm going to presume. Okay. Just to be clear, I think lap time will be the better of it too. But top speed, at least initially, and the path could maybe work out kind of alright. But yeah, I think lap time it will very much go more towards the lap time, more towards the end. So I already pretty much explained how that all works with the time trial system. I think for regular time trials particularly, where it's kind of something to keep up with or something. But yeah. But yeah, for classes, I pretty much recommend sticking to especially the motorcycles class, or if not the motorcycles class, then either the then as my Doson's wireless controller battery level runs low now, apparently. But yeah, if you're not going to stick to the motorcycle class, then I'd recommend sticking to either the supercar class or the sports class, if not that class, of course. Sorry, it's all over the place there, but yeah. Controller was dying, apparently. Alright, so I think I pretty much mentioned everything I want to mention there, basically. On to RCB and Dado time trial. So for day of Wednesday, it looks to be the cemetery time trial. RCB and Dado time trial's name does suggest that when you get the one vehicle you could even use in it, RCB and Dado, so it's not based on vehicle advice like the regular time trial would be, for example, for like how to go about it. Instead, you have to learn the turns and corners, basically. So yeah, learn the turns and corners of the vehicle, or like the track, essentially. Yeah, you got to learn the turns and corners of the track, basically. Which you can either do, which you can pretty much either do for respawning with a triangle, while on Xbox, where key NPC lets you respawn during a race, so you can learn those turns and corners, or just simply look up some video guide and like hope to learn enough from some video guide out there on YouTube or something. either one of those two methods, it should eventually click how to go about it, basically. Oh, it's the HSW time trial for the week, since that is still a weekly set. Looks like the weekly HSW one is actually over here, okay. And that is HSW Textile City. Going from here over to Stab City. Yeah, that one definitely goes from there to Stab City. Which, yeah, there's like a section you like want to cross over, I think, like within like the highway or something. You can also shortcut through like here and stuff. Shortcuts are kind of pretty obvious where you would want to take them, basically. Eventually, kind of somewhat early on. Eventually, somewhat early on, it just gets to where you want to just stick to the main route, though, eventually, after, like, that highway or something, a little after or something. Then it's pretty straightforward after that, though, for the route. But yeah. For HSW Town Trials, as you may notice, there's no part-time. And that's not to say there isn't a part-time. There very much is a part-time. That's what a huge part of a time trial is, after all. But yeah. Part-times are determined off of being in a HSW vehicle. And as I'm not in a HSW vehicle right now, there's therefore no part-time at the current moment. So yeah, there's Class C, Class B, Class A when it comes to the HSW time trials, basically. Class C, ironically, is two classes that start with C, being compacts and coupes, with the one compact actually being on screen, being the Briosa RA HSW. Then you have the coupes, which is the Sentinel XS HSW, along with the Euros X32, X32, X32 HSW. Those 3 out of 27 HSW vehicles make up Class C. And Class B, Class A, I'll just go over the main classes that go into the subclassing or whatever. For Class B, you have the muscle cars, SUVs, and I believe sports classics is included in that, along with off-road, which is added later on with the Dangerous Mercenaries DLC. There was a non-off-road HSW vehicle on like day 1 of Night Gen that came out later on with the Dangerous Mercenaries DLC being the only class that got added later on, I believe, for the HSW subclass. Every other class had some kind of vehicle at launch for PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X, S. And then Class A. Class A was why I mentioned the classes earlier for the regular time trials, so that means Class A has sports, supers, and motorcycles, hence why those are the only classes I recommend for the regular time trial, since it pairs well for Class A, basically for HSW time trials, which therefore makes them the best classes to use in the game, basically in a general sense. But yeah, for 2 newest options, you have the HSW Woodlander, which I believe is like 3rd place at lap time for the SUV class for HSW options, and then 2nd place top speed. Not very revolutionary, it's not. Yeah, the HSW Woodlander is the HSW Woodlander is not a very revolutionary option, I will admit. And then, yeah, the Tampa GT I was using earlier in the stream is apparently the worst one in general of all 27 HSW vehicles for a lap time situation. For the HSW subclass in particular, it is the worst of the lap time of those 27. However, again, it is the third overall best top speed in terms of HSW as a whole, just behind the Banshee TS and the Stinger TT, like I mentioned earlier. So it is a very interesting option, and basically it translates to 5th place for the muscle car class, and in 1st place for the muscle car class for lap time, being 5th place for the muscle car class, and in 1st place for muscle car class for top speed. For HSW options, which obviously is pretty damn impressive. Definitely for that top speed. And then yeah, if you know, is there anything to mention there? And by the way, you can't use. By the way, you cannot use HSW weaponized Ignis if you know it's blacklisted outright on the Time Trials, I believe. As of the Criminal Enterprise, as of the Criminal Enterprise's DLC, I believe they have like straight up blacklisted weaponized Ignis in particular for the Time Trials. But it can, but it can be. But yes, it can be used in races though, just not the like time trials, basically. All right, but yeah, then it's on to the junk energy time trial for day of once a year, basically. Oh, apparently looks to be Alta. Yes, Alta, apparently. Yeah, Alta, junk energy time trial, whatever. In general, for the junk energy time trial, since I will admit I've not done all of them at all or anything. As long as you go where you need to go, maximize on the curse boost, or wait, hold on. Yeah, as long as you go where you need to go, don't fall off the bike or the bicycle. Maximize on the curse boost, then I think you should have no problem like going where you need to go. Basically. Yeah, go where you need to go, don't fall off, maximize on that curse boost. Since you have to use a 2023 bicycle, you can't use a 2013 like BMX or any of the other bicycles in the game. Have to use the ones with the curse boost or Adam Sanders Mercenaries DLC where the time trial set was added. Then yeah, you should have no problem beating it, quite frankly. One more time, that's don't fall off the bike, go where you need to go, maximize on that curve boost, and should be no problem to do it whatsoever. So it's kind of more based on like turns, corners, and stuff like that, kind of like the RC Bandito time trials, since obviously you only have like essentially 1 to 2 vehicles you can even use, and both vehicles are pretty much the same, just a different skin, basically. So it makes sense, it's more around the lines of the RC Bandito time trial, and yes. If my advice does not help out, obviously, then I do suggest looking at like some video guide. I do recommend looking at like a video guide if my advice does not help too much for that for some reason. And then it's on to the premium race, basically, for the week. Or for the week. Which this time around is apparently for the sports class, which this time around for the week is apparently for the sports class. And yeah, this is for the week, just like the HSW Town Trial, where it's for the whole week, not changing each day or anything. So for the HSW subclass for the sports class, there's 6 of those in total. Might go in chronological order of release, basically. Oh. basically might go in chronological order of release, basically, or something for those. So yes. If you are PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X/S, PC, and you have the HSW Banshee apparently, which is going to be your worst one, it looks like, for lap time. And then it is the second worst for top speed, it looks like, apparently. It's not amazing nowadays, not very amazing nowadays for the basic Banshee HSW. Not to be confused with the newer one, not to be confused with that newer one, yes. After that, apparently you have the S95 HSW, which apparently looks to be the second worst for lap time. And then it's also like the third worst one, basically, for top speed. So only 2 behind it for top speed, apparently, for the S95 HSW. After that, I think the one after that released would have been the LaCourse HSW, I believe. That would have released, like, shortly after that, like a year after or so. In San Andreas Mercenaries, you'll see the LaCourse HSW, which apparently is the second best one, which apparently is, yes, the second best one for lap time. With only one option in HSW being above it for lap time, for the LaCourse HSW. However, that one is the worst top speed one, apparently, since Cycle Electric or something, so it kind of makes sense. That's maybe the worst one for top speed, though. No. Huh. Stinger TT, I think, released in San Andreas Mercenaries as well, I believe. Stinger TT is basically it's kind of like third worst one for lap time, it looks like. And then it is the second best top speed, like I kind of said, like overall for HSW earlier, basically. Which means, yeah, the Stinger TT, obviously, like I said, has better top speed than even the Tampa GT that came out recently, which is insane. Alright, and then Niobe, I think, was the second last one that came out for the HSW subclass for sports. And the Niobe is the best lap time of all of the HSW options, so it's likely to be the one you want to use. The Urmach Niobe HSW is probably the one you want to use in most races, of course. For that number 1 lap time. And it is apparently the third best top speed for the HSW subclass. In terms of the sports class in particular, of course, I mean. And then the latest one I think they released for the sports class is the Banshee GTS, which apparently is the third best top speed. Or no, lap time. Again, it's apparently the third best lap time for advanced GTS. For the sports class in particular, it's the third best lap time. And then it is the best top speed in the whole entire game, I believe, for the land vehicles, at least. Anyways. I think there are planes that obviously have better top speed. I think. Yeah, I think there's obviously planes that have better top speed than the advanced GTS, but in terms of land vehicle, actually, it's the best top speed of any land vehicle in particular, though. Don't know. So it's a very insane one for top speed. However, most courses are lap time focused and not focused on top speeds. Just keep that in mind, basically, that you'll most likely be one to HSW Naobi over the advanced GTS HSW. But those are pretty much the main two you should probably focus on to be like the metric that you need, basically. Which again, most likely lap time is such an Naobi, HSW if you're on PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X, PC, and sports class has so many for the class, so like I might as well go over the free while looking at it actively for PlayStation 4, Xbox One, PC, Legacy, or whatever best tier there is, basically. But yeah, for S tier, you do need HS. for S tier, yes, you do need the HSW for the newer platforms for the S tier, so going over to A tier for the sports class for PlayStation 4, Xbox One, PC, Legacy. It apparently consists of the Itali GTO and then the regular Naobi, that's not HSW. Those are your two A tier options that you have if you're on PlayStation 4, Xbox One, PC, Legacy, so probably should stick to one of those two, probably should stick to either Itali GTO or the regular Naobi. Definitely on those platforms, on those platforms. Alright, so that's all that out the way for vehicle advice for both types of platforms, basically. So with that out the way, what is the lap time and what is top speed? Lap time is turns and corners in a city like most races will have. Top speed is a lot more niche, being your highways, airport runways, and then you have your Alright, sorry. Before all this stupid shit really interrupted, of course. Again, what is lap time? What is top speed? Lap time is turns corners in the city. lap time is turns corners in the city, so most races are lap time dependent. Most races are lap time dependent, since, as I'll mention, top speed is a lot more niche, being on your highways, airport runways, and then before the DualSense wireless controller died and interrupted, I was seeing the airstrips, of course, such as the newer Tonga Hills airstrip that was added in the last update. Grandson War Desert, and then Grapeseed. So as you can see, those pure top speed sections are not a huge portion of the map, so therefore that's why you want a lap time over top speed. in most cases. Not to say those cases don't exist for a premium race, they very much probably do on rare occasion at least, but yeah. So keep in mind like what kind of like track it is. I think they're always city courses if I recall for the premium race, so I think it will always be a city course, so it most likely will be a lap time dependent course. Most likely will be a lap time heavy course but yeah. There are those city courses that can be pure top speed if it's on a highway, airport runway, airstrip. And yeah, these are those free time swings I was talking about, basically the Benefactor Feltzer, the Ocelot Jackal, Ocelot X620, whatever, Super Diamond, and then the Obey Rakoto, whatever.
Hey, pal, I'll get you on Life Invader.
I don't know. The place is expensive. I'm broke as fuck right now, man. Corporate my ass. That place is a sweatshop.
Alright, time to go into the casino here, go over podium vehicle and stuff.
Best night ever.
Alright, is this a tuner subclass vehicle? It might be.
The Diamond Casino and Resort
Might be one of
presents
those
a brand new
comics or
car available to
something.
win today, simply with the spin of a wheel.
Does that say Pete Fister on it? Yeah, I think it does say Pete Fister on it, definitely. I think it's like a Comet S2 or something. I think it might be the roofed version of the Comet S2 or something. If it's not that, then it's probably the Growler, I'm guessing.
You'll find it continuously entertained
Alright,
at
Fister
the Diamond
bonus.
Casino and Resort.
Got me to 1,500,939 chips, apparently. But spinning the wheel for the one time for the event, basically like I usually do, of course. To never bother with it again, because I hate the mechanics with like the wheel spin where it's 24 hours after you do a wheel spin. It's not based on like the daily objective timer or something like I feel it should be, but whatever. Yeah, 2,500 RP apparently. Yeah. Cool.
Fuck it. Lucky escape.
See, I'm checking Newswire, make sure it's like the Comet S2 or the Growler, like I'm thinking, basically. Okay, it's the P-Fister Comet S2 Cabrio. Oh. Okay, it's the. Yeah, now I'm starting to see a roof on there. I didn't realize it was the Cabrio version. I thought it was the tuner subclass version, actually. But yeah, the thing about the Cabrios, it's actually not in the tuner subclass. This is actually just a sports car. It's not a tuner subclass vehicle. It's not. It's not a tuner subclass vehicle. It's literally just a sports car on this one, apparently. Because this was the one added in the contract DLC, not the tuner update, basically. I think for that reason, though, it does have a better top speed than vehicles on average do for the tuner. It does have a better top speed, I believe, than vehicles do for the tuner subclass, still, I think, for that reason, though. So it does actually get performance benefit because of that, though, I think. The LS Tour Sport, apparently. If you're on PlayStation 5, it's supposed to do X/S, PC and CFLS Tour Sport. For day Wednesday this time around, it looks to be Cow. Looks to be Cow, Poodle, and Crow. First two are pretty obvious where you would find those. Crow, I'm actually not the most sure on, to be honest. But it's a bird, and it's kind of thing that ruins it in a sense. I wouldn't say it's as bad as Great Cormorant, though, but still. Yes. Apparently it's this one over here, the Vista Commons to Cabrio. Which I don't think has a trade price. I think it's just buy now price on this one. See, I don't think there's a trade price for it like the tuner one has, of course. So, this costs $1,797,000. Plus it has delivery on it, I think, so you could probably add it like another 20, 30K. So it's probably like early $1.8 million, essentially. Vehicle does have a missile lock-on jammer on it, apparently, as an option. I think this one happened as of last update, the Agent Sabotage DLC. Yes. Yeah, I think it was Agent Sabotage update that added the ability to finally put the lock-on jammer on this particular vehicle. So obviously that's pretty cool to have the option to do that now. So the last couple updates. And yeah, since popping up, there's the exclusive clothing for the police bike purchase. Yeah, that's still ongoing, of course. No end date announced for that, I believe, so I assume it would probably just go till the end of the DLC, or till like the end of the DLC, basically, but yeah. Not distracted, so yeah, again. Has a lock-on jammer available to it as of the last update in Sabotage DLC. Agent Sabotage DLC, yes. But again, it's a sports car with actually not a bad top speed, so I think it could work pretty good on it for a lock-on jammer. And then yeah, I'll go over the performance for this vehicle, of course. For the sports class, according to Bruffy1322's vehicle spreadsheet from a racing YouTuber, basically, that does all kinds of stuff for Grand Theft Auto Online. I always pull this performance from that spreadsheet from Bruffy1322, so any vehicle performance I go over for anything I do on the channel basically comes from Bruffy1322. Comes from Bruffy1322, yes. And apparently the Come S2 Cabrio is at the bottom of the F tier, apparently. And that's for a lap time primarily, just keep in mind. Which I didn't say much special about lap time, to be fair. But it's at the bottom of F tier, apparently, and that gives it 63rd place for a lap time. However, it does get 16th place for top speed. Which is only several placements out of top 10, which isn't too terrible for the top speed, at least. But yeah, the lap time is very much below average for the whole class. And given there's only 117 sports cars in the game, being in the 60s is actually below average for the whole class for a lap time, which is not good at all, basically. Yeah, this vehicle was really just for the top speed over the lap time. Even then, it's several placements out of top 10, so you do have better options. Albeit, technically speaking, it'd be like 11th place or 10th place exactly if you take away HSW though, for top speed. And since HSW prioritizes in top speed, HSWS does prioritize in top speed. It basically does get 11th or 10th place without HSW into account, which is actually pretty respectable, I would say. Definitely. So if you are on PlayStation 4 or Xbox One PC, Legacy, this is definitely a pretty nice vehicle for top speed. Like, regardless, like, no matter what, basically. But if you're on PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X, PC enhanced, HSW kind of puts out in that top 10, basically, so just keep that in mind, basically for top speed, for that pure straight performance, for that pure straight performance, of course. Yeah, it's an alright vehicle. It's an alright vehicle, I guess, for what it is, I suppose. suppose. As long as you know what's good for, as long as you know what's good for, it can be pretty alright for what it's good for, at least.
Business isn't exactly booming, you know.
Alright, Ron, don't have to care.
How's it going?
There's no hanger raids or anything, so I'm pretty sure you're not calling me for that or anything. Plus, I don't really use hangers. I'm not really using hanger right now, so... Stop using Higgins and all kinds of stuff right now instead. Alright, stash house, I guess I'll do that now. Yes. Min, like, counter for cash, whatever. Seems.
Put those tires before you get hurt.
My God! Asshole!
Where you gonna go? Hey, that's what you get, Mahomes! Come on! Yeah, adios, puto! I'm reloading!
I hate having to try and shoot the guy for the stairs. Constantly. God damn it. Fuck you. Alright, just had to be within a level, I guess, dude, or something. Yeah, my character's almost dead because of all that shit, though. Die, bitch. Whoa, shit! God, fucking... God, my foot be itching and shit. If it weren't for that, I feel I would have had it. Yeah, stupid goddamn character in this. But my character had to be level with the stairs, I guess, to finally be able to do that, unfortunately. That's kind of what happened there for me to die, basically. Die, bitch. Die, dickhead. Die, dickhead. I mean. 5291, okay. All pretty close, good numbers, I would say. I would say. See if I can get them all with the analog stick. I was one short there somehow. That was pretty much straightforward there, though. I was a couple short there. I think I might have accidentally even let go. I didn't necessarily do that on purpose. But oh well. It's done, basically. Done. Even if I died a single time, because, yeah. Trying to shoot that guy for the stairs pretty much got me killed, basically. Immediately, I would say. I would say. Cane lock up. Okay, cool. Got the best of the biker businesses, at least. That's good. That's good. Which arguably makes it one of the best things you could actually get for the whole entire stash houses, of course. I think it is one of the best things you could probably get for the stash houses, aside for bunker and acid. It might be a bit better, at least for the money's worth. At least, at least for the money's worth, of course. At least, but still. Yes, that's over to the Alice car meet. Basically. Alright, so over here it looks like it is the BF Raptor, Dinka Jester, and the Inus Cognoscenti Cabrio. BF Raptor is an online exclusive, being like October 2016, I believe. So therefore it is the one online exclusive. Dinka Jester was what, like the business update or something? If not like the High Life update, so that was like 2014 as a DLC vehicle, and then the ENS Cognoscenti Cabrio. This is quite literally a day one vehicle right here. So between these three vehicles, it's obvious which of these is the most sought after, arguably, as being online exclusive and not one you can test out at all in a single player. To BF Raptor, obviously, whatever, of course. I assume all these are bolted vehicles, so therefore they don't have lock-on jammers on them. So you will not be able to apply lock-on jammers to them since they're still unavailable on the vehicle websites. The only vehicles that got brought back basically have the lock-on jammer treatment. Or they were already on the website and never vaulted in the first place. If they do have a lock-on jammer, if they do, of course, have a lock-on jammer, of course. Yes. Going to remove the vehicles dates section of the news wire, basically. It looks like the BF Raptor. Or is there anything much I have to say about the BF Raptor, actually? Or hold on, yeah. There's only measly 648,000, which is kind of nothing, and it's in the sports class. It's like a tricycle kind of like vehicle in the sports class, which is interesting. However, one thing I remember about this vehicle is it was actually provided as a free vehicle one time. There was one time in the game, I swear, the BF Raptor was provided as like a free vehicle, so anything that's not actually free is kind of a rip-off on this vehicle if I recall, just be aware of that, but again, 648,000 is nothing for the price for it, honestly, compared to other vehicles in the game, so you might as well just buy it if you want it, I suppose, anyways. Yeah, it's not a good sports car, I think it's pretty garbage, it's actually probably one of the worst sports cars in the game. I think it is one of the worst sports cars in the whole game, just because it's a pretty gimmicky sports car. It's a very gimmicky sports car with the free wheels on it, of course, so it is pretty terrible. I will say right now, for performance, it is not good at all for performance, definitely not. But it's not on discount, I don't believe, so not going to go over performance for that reason. Or for that reason, but yeah. Apparently it's been available 7 times on different dealerships and stuff as of this event, by the way. Since Dangerous Mercenaries DLC vaulted like vehicles, it's been available 7 times. It's been available 7 times since the last like 2 years, basically. Basically for the last 2+ years in the game. It's been available 7 times on the dealership. Jester, I think, might have the most appearances of 9, it looked like, and then, yeah. Cognizant Cabrio, apparently this one's available 7 times, just like the BF Raptor apparently is, apparently both of those have appeared 7 times on dealerships as a disappearance, for both these vehicles, of course. Alright, one more time with my character pointing, I guess, since my hernia is being kind of a bitch. Appeared on dealership 7 times, appeared on dealership 9 times, appeared on dealership 7 times. As the last 2+ years since Dangerous Mercenaries DLC, basically. And yeah, I think the Jester's also a sports car, I'm pretty sure Jester's also a sports car like the Raptor. Davin performs better. Yeah, this one probably performs much better than the Raptor as well. But it's still probably not an ideal performance vehicle. But still, probably much better performing sports cars regardless, though, that aren't these 2 sports cars that are not these 2 sports cars, of course. And then this one's in what, like the Coupe's class, I think? This one's in like what, Coupe's class or something, I think, which is a pretty interesting classing, which yes, is a pretty interesting class, definitely not gonna lie, but still. Interesting. Alright, yeah. Cognizant Cabrio is in fact in the Coupe class, and the other 2 are in fact sport cars. The other 2 are in fact sport cars, while the Cognizant Cabrio is in fact in the Coupe. Is in fact in the Coupe class. Yes. So essentially, I did get every single class right on all 3 of his vehicles. On all 3 of those vehicles, I did get all those classes right. So cool. Cool, cool, cool. Cool, cool, cool. Alright, no, sounds to the prize. Alright, for the event for the week. Looks to be the Class A Impaler SC, apparently. Okay. It was in the sedan class, it was... yeah, in Chop Shop DLC, when it first introduced, or whatever DLC it was, I think it was Chop Shop. It was introduced as part of the sedan class, but then got put into a muscle car. I think the update after got put into muscle car, like all the other Impalers, though, so it is a muscle car officially. It is officially a muscle car, though. Okay, OGT, damn, the name of your ID business. Document forgery, of course. But anyways, the prize art challenge for this is place top 3 for 2 days in a row. So apparently as a Wednesday you can actually still do this, technically speaking. You just have to play within like the first couple hours of like Thursday, basically, to get it done, basically. I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure. Kind of all depends on time zone, I think. Most time zones actually get it pretty lenient, I think. I'm actually one of the time zones that kind of gets it sometimes like later in the day, basically, so... My time zones, I think one of the stingiest ones, I think, aside for like Hawaii time or something, for something like this, but... Yeah. Since most time zones are ahead, most time zones, I think, are ahead of Pacific Standard Time. Yes, I think most time zones are ahead of Pacific Standard Time, so yeah. I think it does work that way, I think. Yeah, top 3 2 days in a row. Yeah, going for the race types. Don't need to know for sure that count would be the pursuit races and the street races. I'll go over those primarily, of course. Which, sadly for pursuit race, those are 4-player races, so... That only gives you like a 75% chance of doing it for the pursuit race method. But that's still more than half chance at least. That's not the worst it could be, of course. And then street races is pretty much guaranteed entry for the challenge, since it's 2-player stuff right there, basically. Yeah, street race is basically guaranteed entry, so that's cool. Size for those, from what I hear, these do not count at all. From what I hear, these probably do not count at all. I've only played them solo, so I can't speak 100% on these if they count or not, but... Yeah. Given the prize art challenge stuff introduced 2021, Rockstar usually doesn't go back to like old mechanics and make like newer content like consistent with the older mechanics or something, or whatever I want to say for it. So therefore I don't think it will count for those, but yeah. Drag races. Again, I know they don't count solo, I'm pretty sure from my experience, so... If for some reason they count with more than one player, then it would be guaranteed entry, like the street races and the drift races as well, whatever. For the track and the drift races, for the track and the drift races, of course. Yeah, I don't know if those count. I don't know if those would count, unfortunately, but still. They probably don't, so you probably want to do a street race, eh? These probably do not count, so you probably do want to do a street race for sure. I'm thinking. Still. Whatever though. And then some dangerous super autos, would be. And what was that? 4-door for the SD? Maybe. Yes. Okay. But by getting the vehicle, you'll save at least $1,280,000. Plus, I had a livery on it, I think, so you could probably save like another 20-30K. So high 1.2 million to like low 1.3 million. It's looking like for the savings on the vehicle if you do obtain it for the Prize Ride Challenge, which is pretty fine, I would say. Definitely. Like just worse vehicles in terms of savings that's been featured in the past, obviously. But yes. For performance for the vehicle for the muscle car class again. As a reminder, if you remember it being in sedan class, it was in fact in the sedan class when it first released in Chop Shop DLC or whatever. But yeah, it got put. It did, yes, get put into the muscle car class like all the other Impalers do in the update after those. So just keep that in mind, of course. Yes. According to the spreadsheet, though, it looks like the Impaler ST, according to roughly 152's vehicle spreadsheet, is apparently in the B tier. And that is good enough for 20th place for lap time, as well as 25th place for top speed. And for muscle cars, it's actually like 88 muscle cars in the game, so it's actually pretty good. That can actually be considered kind of pretty good in a way. Albeit at the best, it's in the 20s. On PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X, PC enhanced, of course, at least. Now, if you take away 5, like, HSW options, albeit Tiamba GT is actually right beneath it, apparently, for the lap time, so you actually take away 4 for the lap time, so that means it gets like, that means it gets like 16th place, it looks like, for the lap time. And then it would actually get 20th place, I believe, for top speed at best, I think. Only several placements out of like top 10 for the lap time is not too bad, of course. Not too bad, of course. I was seeing the same thing for the comments to Cabrio, of course. I'll like several placements out of like top 10 and want to kill it, basically. Same thing, so there is one good metric to be had with the vehicle, apparently, just like with the earlier comments to Cabrio, of course. There's always one, but there is, yes, at least one good metric to be had for the vehicles, apparently. There's something. The Impaler SC is definitely pretty alright, I would say. I would say it's definitely a pretty alright vehicle. Definitely. And yeah, this update's not a regular LX. This update. This particular DLC set in Pillar LX, the traditional non-police wouldn't get the access to the lock-on jammer, but looks like the SC does not get the lock-on jammer quite yet. It does not. It does not look like the regular Impaler SC gets the lock-on jammer quite yet, unfortunately though. Unfortunately though. So just keep that in mind. Just keep that in mind, of course. And then was this the Euros X32, I think, for the HSW Premium Test Ride. So yeah, if you're on PlayStation 5, it's my Series X has PC enhanced. Euros X32 is the featured premium test ride or whatever. One of two of the Coupe class, one of two for the Coupe class, which is actually a better one for lap time, not top speed, but for the lap time, which is the better of the two metrics, kind of the better of two metrics when it comes to HSW. Since the lap time in general is better off the top speed, lap time in general does tend to be better off the top speed. Yes, indeed. And yeah, for HSW, if you want to know if a vehicle's on the website, you can just go to the laptop. You can just go to the laptop here, of course, to see if a vehicle's been on the website or not. There is a mistake though with the Sterling GT. Sterling GT will falsely claim Sterling GT falsely claims it's not on the vehicle website, but it is, and that's because between Criminal Enterprise DLC and between Dangerous Mercenaries DLC Agent Sabotage, I think it was vaulted for the Sterling GT. However, the Sterling GT has since become available again. It's just not been updated. It's just not been updated on this list, basically, to be made available or whatever. But that's not the case. It is still on the website though. Again, it got put back on there with like last update Agent Sabotage had like a lock-on jammer to it apparently. They just never fixed their mistake. I see. And yeah, if it knows that basically here. So it's going to be onto luxury autos now, basically. Club promotion plus promotion stuff again. Apparently, whatever. Don't really care, Martin Madrazo. You're not really involved in your latest stuff much, but still. At least he finally got some good use in this latest update, suppose, and like, maybe since like day one of the game, maybe since like day one of the game, really. Alright, but over in Luxury Autos, apparently though, there's the Castigator and Ubermacht Niobe, looks like, okay. So I was already speaking a lot of the Niobe. Castigator is actually the best non-HSW SUV in the game, I believe. So it is beneath like maybe like 2 HSWs for a lap time, and then it's like the third place lap time, I think on the Castigator. Worth noting, if you're on PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X, PC, and you can actually just get the vehicle for free if you do the Tier 4 Bondar Bounties, I think it was. Right. Yes. So on newer platforms, you can actually just get a free one that way, which is cool. Cool. And again, I think it's number 3 for a lap time for the SUV class, which is pretty good. Which makes it the best non-HSW option in the game, so it makes it pretty much the best one to have for PlayStation 4, Xbox One, PC, Legacy, where you obviously do not get it for free, ironically, but still. You can also get the same performance, obviously, on PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X, PC, and it's about to say with an HSW in a race or something, no. Yeah, those don't seem to be on discount at all. They're just going to be regular price. And then yes. Niobe. Again, this is a HSW subclass vehicle, which gives it the number 1 lap time for the sports class. It is number 1 lap time in the sports class. Do you have it as HSW? So both of these vehicles are number 1 for something at least, which is interesting. Basically. Of course, the other one being number 1 non-HSW for lap time, SUV class or something. Whereas this one's number 1 with HSW into account. For the PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X, PC, and otherwise that bombed A tier, like I basically said earlier when going over the preliminaries for the sports class, of course, earlier in the stream, basically. Alright, now over to Simeon. So. Then you have the Nissa CDR, Pegasi Ignis, Nagasaki Shinobi, Ocelot Locust, and the Grotti Turismo Mago. I heard there's actually only 3 vehicles that are vaulted, so all these should be unvaulted vehicles, so therefore should all be on the vehicle website. S80RR is a one-seater supercar. I think it was the original one-seater supercar, I think from the Dime Casino Resort heist update one of those two. Not the newer one from Chrono Enterprises DLC, which I think was like the LM87, I think is what that one's called. I think. Yeah, I think the LM87 was like the newer, like, one-seater supercar, kind of in that styling, I think. Cassie Ignis, apparently, from the contract DLC. Obviously, it's the non-weaponized one. It is the non-weaponized one, since the weaponized one is only on the PlayStation 5. It's plus Series X/S, PC, and so they can't really feature that one here, of course. That would have to be at the HSW theme for the premium test ride, basically. Nagasaki Shinobi, a motorcycle from the contract DLC as well, like the Ignis is from contract DLC. Yeah, that one's definitely on the website. I'm sure on the Shinobi for sure. I saw Locust is in the Dime Casino Resort DLC or something, I believe. I think I had backup on Lock-On Jammers. I don't think it was always available on the website. I think it did get added back at some point with the Lock-On Jammer support. Which was probably the last update, I'm guessing it did that then. And then in Grotti Magia was Chop Shop DLC, I'm pretty sure, so it is a pretty relatively recent one. Chop Shop was after Strangers Mercenaries. It's never been vaulted, I'm pretty sure. See, none of these should be vaulted vehicles, apparently. Which is definitely pretty interesting. Oh, and it turns out not all 5, but 4 of them are on discount, apparently. Apparently all but the Locust are on discount, Apparently every vehicle option aside for a Locust in this showroom are 40% off. So only the Locust is full price, apparently. So I got a lot to say about some of these vehicles then. So, going over the S80RR then versus Supercar, 40% off, 40% off, yes. Again, order of the two one-seaters supercars, order of the two, like, two-seater supercars, essentially. Pretty sure. Yes. Yeah, according to Breath 152's vehicle spreadsheet, this S80RR for the B tier, it is apparently in the B tier for the supercar class. That is good enough for 13th place for a lap time, as well as 39th place for top speed, so there's 64 vehicles I think for supercar class, I think. Yes. And then 39 minus 4 for the HSW option to be 35. Doubling up on 35 is like 70 and stuff, so yeah, definitely not. It definitely is below average for just. It is definitely below average for top speed in particular, which again is the most. Not most, again, which again is the least important metric of the two, like main metrics I go over. And the lap time. What's that lap time? Yeah, lap time is apparently 13th place. Free HSWs have a better lap time than it as well, so taking away HSW does give it a top 10 for the lap time actually, which is pretty insane. Which is actually pretty insane, yes. Which does mean if you're on PlayStation 4, it's possible on PC Legacy, it does have a top 10 lap time, which is insane for the class. It's definitely a good one to get on the older platforms, not so much on the newer platforms, but still. Could maybe a good runner-up to have, though, in a pick-off situation, I guess, for the new vehicle, of course. That's, I mean, body's like tired and shit, I feel. Yes, Santa never supercar here with Pegasi Ignisto, no. Should be another 40% off supercar apparently here. Yes. Ignisto, Dodo. And that's apparently 3 placements above the S80RR. But yes. But yeah, apparently the Ignis, in the B tier apparently as well, and even better off than S80RR. Apparently. That one is a 10th place for lap time, as well as 30th place for top speed. So yeah, it's 30th place out of 64 without any cuts to the spreadsheet, basically. So yeah, this is number 10 for lap time, regardless of your platform. Which, again, I think there's 3 HSWs of a better lap time, which gives it like 7th place at best if you're on PlayStation 4's +1 PC Legacy. And then, yeah, it was like 30th place for top speed, which you could easily turn 26th place, of course. So it is above average, at least for both metrics, technically speaking, of course. So interesting. And then it is on to the Nagasaki Shinobi. Apparently, should be 40% off apparently as well. As well for the motorcycles class. That one's considered an extra class, so there's no tier to go over. It will just be like performance number or something. Or whatever. Yeah, Shinobi. Again, no letter tier. It's apparently though 5th place for lap time and then 10th place top speed. And yeah, motorcycles has a total of 56 vehicles, 56 vehicles, so. Shinobi being 5th and 10th is actually very respectable, definitely, for its class, definitely. And yeah, going back to the Ignis briefly, of course, the only downside, of course, to Ignis is, of course, on PlayStation 5, especially its X-Hash PC and you already have a better Ignis with the weaponized Ignis, basically, you can just get anyways for, like, a much better value, like, deal or something. Something that's more likely to have actual features that will, like, be good for you, basically, as well. And has a performance jump as well, technically speaking, but still. And yeah, again, back to Shinobi, 5th place lap time, 10th place top speed, very good motorcycle, very good motorcycle. Which, yeah, at best you could also take away 1 with HSW Octal Track for like 4th and 9th, for like a 4th and a 9th place. Which is very much single digit for both, which for single digit performances for the metrics or whatever. Locust apparently the one that's not on discount. It is a returning vehicle though from Grand Theft Auto like London 1961, London 1969 though, so there is retro nostalgicness to be had apparently. It does return from Grand Theft Auto like London. Since yes it does return apparently from Grand Theft Auto 1, London 1961 or London 1969, like expansion or whatever. So it returns from that game basically for one of those two, apparently. For a fun fact, it does appear in like one of the more niche. It does reappear from like one of the more like niche GTA titles in the whole series, basically. Wait, I killed her? Damn, get fucked, bitch. Get fucked, bitch. And then yes. Last but not least, Gratitude to Maggie, pretty good supercar. Pretty good supercar. Definitely. Yes. car class though, Again, Turismo Maggio. Apparently, it's in the A tier. And that apparently gives it 4th place lap time as well as 40th place top speed. Yes, it does apparently give it 4th place lap time as well as 40th place top speed. Which, yeah, top speed at best, definitely 36th place. Only 2 HSW vehicles are above it for lap time, which would actually give it the 2nd place lap time, which would actually give us the 2nd place lap time if you're on the PlayStation 4 as possible on PC. Legacy. Or, of course, doing, like, Supercar Class Race without HSW or something as a host. Or something all like that. PlayStation 5 sponsors access PC and so allows for that same result anyways, so of course. Yeah, pretty good discounts, pretty good discounts. Ignis, the Shinobi, and the Turismo Maggio all can be performance relevant, which is good. Even this, depending on your platform, even if you're on a legacy platform, even this, I think gets like just barely like that top 10 for a lap time, even. So the vehicles are pretty good this time around. Yeah, this is. Locus is of course a weak point, being the one on discount, but again, I know this does have a lock-on chamber you can actually have on it, I believe as well.
Hey, you! It's been way too long!
I went for all the dealerships kind of all basically, so might be taking breaks, like I'm kind of tired, didn't need not fall asleep entirely though, for sure though, especially because today's my only day I can record this, of course, like I've explained, but still. So I'll probably be back, of course. So just know I'm not actually touching the controller or anything, even if I don't like pause the game or anything. course. Of course. Yeah, sorry about that fucking shit. God damn it. I kind of realized when I was napping it was about 15 minutes. And of course, right before I can bother with touching my controller a little bit again, it fucking kicked me for idling, of course. I was about to be able to salvage it there, but nope. Wow. Wow. Alright, get my Tampa GT back so I can get to the FH1 Hunter once more.
Call me at the place tonight.
Basically. Move. Oh, what am I doing? Come on. God, man. What the hell? Because I was so tired and all kinds of shit to do that somehow too, no? Go figure. Go figure. Yeah, I heard that little bit of stuff, but it seems fine now. Think. Alright, so I'll read the paragraphing, I guess. It's kind of like the second paragraph on the Rockstar Newswire. Yes, this is. I will be reading the second paragraph on Rockstar Newswire, yes. Like after the headlines, after the date, is like 2 paragraphs. I'll read that second paragraph. The end of summer may be drawing near, but the special events in G-Town just keep coming. Next week, prepare for a tropical showdown with a sinister twist as the chief proprietor of Cayo Perico has spotted a host of uninvited guests, but they're not headed for the compound's drainage tunnel. I like how it says drainage tunnel though, because considering that's like the only way people actually go for the finale, I bet. I bet. For good reason. For good reason. And yeah, I did not add the word sinister, it was actually in the, like, sinister, the word sinister was actually in the paragraph, yeah. Yeah. With the plus subscription, they already said next day. Yeah, to be fair, last event with the plus subscription, they already said that they want to be doing the survival thing for August 28th, basically, they already said they were actually going to be doing that, technically speaking. Just to be clear, basically. Okay, then on to Simeon's stuff, going more in detail on those for the missions in particular, of course. But he does not own the Super Live missions yet, so it's nice. Strand, of course. All in the game, maybe might be his first one, or a little under. So. Yes. So all in the game is Simeon's first day 1 contact mission, it looks like. Okay. It's only for rank 10. It's only rank 10 though, so it's not a big deal. Surely there's definitely going to be better stuff to go for. Might be his first mission of the game, basically. Okay, Blow Up isn't really much better. It's only rank 12, which is only a +2 on ranks. Plus, you have the newer Blow Up 4 as well for the Repo Works as well, yeah. So, which is just going to be a much better one to do if you're doing a Blow Up at all, basically. Blow Up 2 is rank 28 ranks above that, even at least. No. And then 11 ranks more actually gets a Blow Up free. But again, Blow Up 4 blows the rest out of the water since it's tied to the Repo Works, and the Repo Works are his missions that pay the most, basically. And then for another one that has like numerous missions, kind of in a sense, in the slightest sense, you have Chasers, which is at rank 5, which is his lowest it looks like yet, actually, for rank requirements. So nah, nobody really cares. And then you have Chasers 2, which is 11 ranks later at 16. Okay, interesting. After that, you have Alburo Heists, which is at rank 10. Rank 10. Just barely at that double-digit rank. Don't really know. Also, if I remember right, in this mission I had to snack up and stuff before, which is pretty annoying. For a rank 10 mission, I have to snack up. Kind of a little annoying. But still, you can easily just punish the snacks anyways. It's really not a big deal, I suppose, but still. Gentry does it. Looks like gets the next one another rank 10. Might be a better rank 10 to have than the other rank 10. To be fair, like right before this at least. Might not be as combat heavy, might it might not be as combat heavy at least compared to the other rank 10 I just went through before that, of course. But yes. Yeah, GTA today is the most infamous one he has, probably being a 2-player required mission. Albeit he does have GTA Today 2, which is a sequel mission to this as well, that's tied to the Premium Deluxe Repo Works or something. Which is just going to be a much better option to do, not just because it's like much better. It's also a single player mission compared to a 2-player mission like this one is, so that's obviously something cool at least. But don't get me wrong, this mission is a fun challenge to do. However, it only lasts like 10 minutes, so you can't get like max payout, I think. This mission only lasts like 10 minutes, I think, so you can't even get like the max payout on this one, to be fair. But yeah, GTA Today 2 is just a much better one, basically. That's in the Repo Works, basically. So, it takes a thief for rank 5, seems to be one of those lesser ones, so, probably wouldn't worry too much on that one then. It looks like starting onto repo stuff after that. So you have Repo Blow Up 4, which is definitely a good one. As the name suggests, you do blow up a lot of vehicles. Nowadays, you have the railgun in the game, where you can just like get all your ammo back for $1,000. Now nowadays, yes, you have the railgun, which lets you get your ammo back for a measly $1,000. If you do it correctly for the ammo box trick, if you do it correctly for the ammo box trick, of course. Otherwise, you can still shoot the vehicle weak spot of the cars, like I would say back in the days, like before a railgun. Where if you shoot like the weak spot, like if you shoot like the vehicle weak spot with like the bottom like left tire, I think it's like tied to the bottom left tire or something. That's like a weak spot usually there. Yeah, that's something you can also do. That is something you can also do if you don't have the railgun. Repo Burn Rate. It's a mission where you can use like the what's it called? Yeah, this mission allows you to use your like really crappy vehicle or the RCV, or otherwise it's actually known as the RCV. It's more of its proper name, of course. Yeah, the RCV with the 2 like water cannons, of course, is a pretty good vehicle for this. Or you could also call it a 911 for a fire truck or something. You can use you can also call 911 for a fire truck or something as well. So it makes it interesting strategic mission, believe it or not. It is a slower paced one though, compared to Blow Up 4 though, for sure. Do you even lift? Yeah. This one's a meme. This one's a complete meme. This mission's a complete meme. I don't even know if you can actually use the DH7 Iron Mule now, unfortunately, sadly, to make it speedier. If you could use the DH7 Iron Mule, that'd be good, but I sadly don't think you can, unfortunately. So this one kind of fell off, I guess. This one actually fell off, I would say, even more so now, I guess. So this one is actually kind of bad now. This one actually is kind of bad now. They can't use the Iron Mule though. Yeah, there's GTA Today 2, which again is a solo player one compared to 2 players, so it is a much better mission for that reason, I would say, than the other one. It is a fun speedrun mission, but again, I don't think you can actually play for 16 minutes worth for the max payout, I believe, so just be aware when you play this one, you're not getting the max payout, like, whatsoever, basically. It's a fun speedrun challenge, it is a fun speedrun challenge, definitely. Then you have Repo, RV nearly there. Yeah, this one, I think I drive the Brigade, like I drive it backward. Yeah, you want to go backwards in the Brigade, like as much as you can to put it away from like the other RVs. Then you want to blow up the RVs that you just backed the vehicle away from, basically. If you do it right, it should barely damage it. If you do it correctly, it should barely damage the one you have to actually steal, basically. And then instead of like clearing out space, you can just go back to the Grand Snore Desert. You can just go back to the Grand Snore Desert. Once you go back to Grand Snore Desert or something, a good bit of time, and then you go back over to the Brigade. It should despawn all the wreckages. It should despawn all the wreckages, and then you should just be able to have it for the taking, basically. And then yes, you should be able to just have it for taking, basically. Which is definitely a much better way to do the mission than the intended way, definitely. Repo Sasquatch is like the kind of arena, like, deathmatch kind of thing, where you have, like, the Sasquatch that can, like, ram vehicles, like, run them over, and it blows them up or something. When you have the massive suspension, when you have the massive suspension over, like, a certain vehicle, it'll actually blow up the vehicle. Like, again, in the arena, like, deathmatch, kind of, like, carnage mode, basically. Pretty fun mission, pretty fun mission for Sasquatch, for sure. And then Repo Semionomics. This one's like a stealth mission, which is cool. This one is actually like a stealth mission, which is pretty cool. Definitely. So having like a stealth mission, like finale mission, is definitely pretty cool. Definitely. And then, last but not least, going in alphabetical order. I know it's not the actual order. I know it's not the actual order, but in the alphabetical order, you have the Repo under the Hammer, basically. Which just requires you to steal vehicles, which just requires you to steal vehicles from like a police station. Which, yeah, I forget if they let you just call off the one level or if they actually make you like lose the one level or not. I kind of forget. Still. It's definitely a little bit of a slower paced mission, I feel. It is definitely more of a slower paced mission, I feel, for just, Simeon, Print Dogs, Repo work or whatever, but still though. After that, you have Richmond, whatever. rank 5 missions, so it's definitely gonna be one of his worst ones. And yes, I know Reaper's rank 1, but again, again, Repo is a special strain of mission, so therefore it actually pays more despite the rank 1, of course. Yeah, rank 5 day 1 mission, definitely not going to be one I'd advise doing too much. Rockford roll, enough for rank 5. With only 2-player maximum, yeah. I don't think it's going to be the most ideal to do. Like, a lot of those probably aren't that difficult, honestly, for his missions, though. They're probably just like delivering vehicle point A, point B, I'm guessing. Might be like only one more at this point. It's looking like yeah, I think it's just one last one then, and then yes. So last but not least looks to be where credits due, another rank 5. Probably one where you just basically steal another vehicle. That would be pretty quick and simple, being a rank 5, like a simple point A, like a simple point A, point B. Yeah. But obviously the Reaper works are the way to go, like I was basically saying. Basically. Yeah, Reaper works are easily going to be the ones that pay the most, and when it comes to later, like, rebalancing stuff that will, like, tend to do, like, a permanent 50% boost. They will, like I was saying, basically, it will usually do, like, some kind of 50% boost, basically. Or, like, a more permanent 50% boost they'll do every once in a while with these newer updates. It seems to permanently boost the pay for some of these contact missions, like the Reaper Works, definitely, so. Yeah, Reaper Works for these 8 missions over here are definitely the way to go, definitely. And then for the playlist method, there's a way you can do a playlist, basically. Now, for missions, for contact missions, you would think they would show up here, but they don't. These are more like versus missions and stuff. They might have showed up here before, but early on in 2013-14 days, early on 2013-14 days, contact missions were the huge moneymaker back in 2013-14, so naturally, in typical Rockstar fashion, they did nerf the contact missions, since they were nerfing contact missions back in 13-14. Yes, they were. Apparently. So instead of finding them there, you'll just find them for recently played job, basically. So any contact mission you pretty much play here will show up here. All Simeon missions will show up in the playlist. I don't think there's any exceptions. So it doesn't matter if it's a Reaper work, like a more specialty one of his, or his more day 1 contact missions, they should all show up here, I believe. I believe they will all show up here, basically.
My new website covers all 3 of my careers.
He might have had like a mission back in like the... Yes. He might have had a mission back in like 7th gen days called like ATV Steel or something, but I don't think that exists anymore in like 8th gen or 9th gen. Or something. The area went over that, of course. But yeah. Playlist method allows you to do the missions more quickly in succession or something, which is good, of course. Yes, it's noon, so I think like probably have to pick up the fucking money at 250k that I kind of forgot to do, basically. might lose out on 20K for like the latest time that could have happened, unfortunately. But, yeah, I was a little too late, dang it. I was like, oh shit, it was pretty much that time, but yeah. Oh, I haven't clocked it anyways. Entire body maybe you forget to pick up like not once but twice it seems. Yeah, it sucks that last on like 10 to 30ish K basically, but whatever. Whatever, I guess. Yeah, that got me into $15,439,250 apparently.
Anything I can do for you, boss? And yeah, the blue dot was the guard, I believe, for like the Cowpreco guard. Didn't really care for that. Per se. But it was not an export vehicle, it seemed, for sure. Plus promotion, whatever. She phones at 1% now. Okay. I think I definitely went over all the missions pretty well. Again, you do get a 500K bonus if you do all 8 of the repo works, whatever, as a reminder. And that will take 72 hours completion, like 3 days, probably after doing it, supposedly. Not only is there the 500K thing for doing the 8 repo works, if you want like a smaller amount, don't want to spend as much time on those, there's a weekly challenge for a complete free premium deluxe repo work mission. So yeah, doing 3 of those apparently will get you the weekly challenge. Now I don't know if it has to be the particular 8, it kind of sounds like it does have to be this particular 8 kind of, or if it could be literally any Simeon mission. I'd stick to the 8 regardless though, obviously, since they do pay the best and stuff anyways. Of his missions, of course. That's definitely what I would do for sure. I'm probably gonna charge my phone a bit, maybe take like another break or something. Hopefully not. Hole 15 is
last minute break, like half-hour break or anything, or nothing. Still, if I don't do much of anything on here, that's why. That's why I was wondering.
There's no way you'll be able to make it on time. Traffic is horrible. My time is very important. I do not like this train check business. You should play better. Ah, yes, how these are everything on castles. Oh, this is bad news. You are Miss Butcher. I would like to help. Really, I would. Well, perhaps...
phone, obviously. Okay, fine. I guess not your car.
What happened?
Either.
You never called back. Headed to the office. Call you later.
Fine. Just make sure to buy a ton of soda, okay? Lots of soda. I'll talk to you later.
Yeah, he's pretty upset, asking a lot of questions. I think his agent is in his ear. But did you lose some of the money in your other account to cover your losses? Well, you better do something. We might lose our client. We can go to jail. This conversation never happened, ever.
I know a super chill place on Haywick Ave.
Craze 啊，我现在不能回去啊，因为我要跟那个 Craze 讲话。
Oh yeah, I know the guy there. I get the special treatment.
哦，你
You
要
know.
破那个饭了？那我要过来。
Well, it's not like crazy busy though.
Okay. Fucking Jesus, man. Okay, but yeah, I think I'm gonna go to Office Garage Free, I think. I think I'm gonna get rid of my Dukes or something. So I can show off the Walton over 5 drift, of course. I can maybe decide I actually might not be customizing it though, by the way. Like, I'll show the customizations, I just might not be customizing it since, like, it's a free vehicle. That way, if I that way if I go off of it, like, I don't, like, waste money on it, basically. But if I just part ways with it, I mean, basically. Seeing if enough customization on it. This was a free vehicle before. Might be more worth doing that or something. If not, not. Well, my Omnis has been customized actually. Engine upgrades and stuff. I forget.
What'd she need then?
This might be a stock on this actually.
Anything I can do? Anything at all?
Sure, don't have engine upgrades on that. Yeah. I only got it for my like, what's it called? Chrono Enterprise Starter Pack or whatever it's called. I think it's called the Chrono Enterprise Starter Pack. Yeah. I only got it for that. I'm pretty sure.
No rush at all.
So I got to exit the garage alright entirely, basically. Yeah, it's a stock plate on it. Okay. I want to get rid of the Somnus or something, but whatever. That shit is what happens when Cockstar doesn't have a goddamn property in a summer update. Like in this summer update, I mean. And what's significant about this one again is it's quite possibly the last summer update they'll ever have in the game. Which is why I'm pissed they didn't add a property, basically. It's quite possibly the last summer update. One that should be akin to the other huge garage property or something, basically. or truck, whatever, don't really care, honestly. Honestly. Quickie Farm, still gotta do that. Favorite work still, yes.
What's wrong with her now?
At some point, like an extra miscellaneous stream thingy or something. Yeah, I didn't do much of anything with that, so it's nothing, basically. Basically. It sucks I missed out on the Simeon build. I thought would be around again, but whatever. Whatever, I guess I'll do the opposite color of yellow or something. Come on, man. I was looking something up and it's not. Tell me what the colors were or something. Come on. kind of looks like it was a red build. It kind of looks like a champagne kind of ish build, like a red pinkish build, a fucking whatever.
I'm on the clock. What you want? Some wheels? It's on the way.
Cool. It obviously is default drift though, obviously, yes. 5 quarters. 5 quarters. Cool.
Here for the magic touch?
I guess. It's okay. Yeah, armor course, bumpers. Yeah, I'm not gonna spend too much time on this though, honestly. It's just it's forced drifting with no performance upgrades. It's kind of And I assume these are all the same customizations as the other version, anyways. So I just let people have a quick look at customizations and stuff. Okay. Words might be different on a drift, if anything. Maybe. Yeah, I think this might be the one that was on the build, like at Simeon's, I think. So if anything, it's probably that. Sure, sure. Bodies primary, whatever, secondary. Should not noticing much of anything on secondary, so might be depending on like what modifications and stuff you decide to do and stuff. What's being updated by this? I didn't really notice anything, I feel, but okay. Okay. Alright, well, whatever. Yeah, do you not even get like a traction bonus on this thing, or like what? Is that like usually the case on these drift innings, or what? I wouldn't be surprised it would maybe count as a performance upgrade under Rockstar, so maybe not. Just have a nice camber effect going on, it seems. Interesting. Of course, perhaps the actual engine upgrade customizable one probably would have that too, hopefully. Cool. Wheel, Windows stuff. Yeah, I don't think I really need to show much there. Customization definitely not bad on there. There's obviously ones with like good amounts of options and stuff. But yeah. Like, there's probably no reason to get this one compared to the one that has the actual engine upgrades. Unless you're just the biggest fan of drifting, so yeah. Which I'm not, so yeah, that's why I'm not spending this time on this vehicle, per se. Silly Cyber drifting vehicles are already customized because they were already vehicles with actual engine upgrades. This one I don't really feel the desire to spend so much time on it and stuff, honestly. Dude almost crashed, apparently. Well, whatever. Whatever. Kind of looks something like that suggests it does have the same customization as the other one, but not 100%. But again, I can't be that inspired, honestly, when it's just drifting. Anyways. Yes. Apparently, adversary mode is so there's one that's usually in the game, Sumo Remix, and it's 2 times money RP. I think it already appeared as like a pop-up and showed 2 times, I think earlier in the stream, so it wasn't too surprising for those that may have just paid attention, but yeah. Again, this one's always in the game nowadays. I think it's probably considered to be the most popular adversary mode or something, that's why they keep keeping it in the game. While all the other ones get vaulted after like a week, this is like the only one that stays in like permanently nowadays, so. Yeah, it's basically the original Sumo with like a remix kind of theming to. I think regular Sumo was some like buildings, like actual proper buildings. Sumo Remix has like a bunch of stunt tracks and stuff for the same Sumo gimmick instead. Kind of like the usual kind of remix thing. It's like incorporating the stunt track instead. Stunt track stuff instead, of course. Yeah, 2 to 16 player, pretty decent on the player count, it looks like. So cool. But yeah. Payout depends on like amount of time. How the game plays out, of course, plays into amount of time. Amount of rounds, of course, and stuff can determine the amount of time as well. All that other kind of stuff along. I feel no matter like what kind of gimmicks and stuff, I feel you really don't really make more than like a couple $100,000 an hour. I feel no matter like what time. So like an adversary mode is on. So probably not going to make more than like a couple $100,000 an hour, I would say for sure on this mode. No doubt. Yeah, skill back, but yes. The skill gaps could definitely probably be kind of insane on this mode, of course, given it's always available, of course, if somebody plays it like crazy, of course, like mad, of course. You probably have like a huge advantage, for example, and it's like the one downside of this mode, perhaps, is since it's always available, people might be much better than the average player, of course, that might not play it much at all. And stuff. First map is Pacific Ocean. Second map also apparently. Third map Forest on Kudo. Fourth map is Fuji Beach. Fifth map Polluta Forest. Sixth map Polluta Bay again. Like the. Or no, that's the first Polluta Bay. Never mind. Yeah, I was confused with Forest, I guess, from before that. But yeah, sixth map again Polluta Bay. And. Sumo 7. Sumo Remix 7 is Procopia Beach, apparently. Okay. Yeah, pretty boring there. It's just one map that you may have already played for your Tier 4 as well. It's like always available nowadays compared to other maps, of course. Other adversary modes, of course. Yeah, other adversary modes aren't as available, of course. So you might have already put that map for your tier. You might have already put that mode, of course, like again, I mean, for your tier 4 of adversary modes. Of adversary modes, of course. Okay, that's a drug vehicle. I don't really care if it was export. If it was an exports vehicle, I would definitely care, but it's not, so I really don't know.
Don't forget to bring the duty-free cigarettes.
Hey!
And yeah, yes. Yeah, the adversary mode is the featured series, by the way, for the SEMA remix. That's featured series, apparently. Yeah, featured series, yeah, it's the SEMA remix. And then community race series is, I think, the last money opportunity going on, I believe, for the event, basically. And again, it's looking like just one. That's even new. Yeah, this one. With those different like icons of like the arrow things, the hyphens, all that kind of shit, and then the ski jump. The ski jumps. It looks like okay. This one is another exclusive one. It sounds like for PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X, PC enhanced. All the others have featured, it looks like, in the past, and why they have the check marks on them. Interesting. And yeah, this one is on at 2 times, by the way, not at 3 times like that initial one was for the community series, so... Yeah, 3 times is kind of rarity nowadays. Doesn't seem each set gets 3 times anymore. Seems. Yeah, this one's apparently locked to Advanced GTS, it sounds like, as well. Alright, default's 1 lap, I like it already. Standard, GTA, rally, non-contact, whatever, standard. 1 lap. Sports, locked to sports, yes. Time of day, current. Whatever, current. Traffic locked off, apparently. Okay, just W mods enabled. Yeah, it's apparently locked to the Advanced GTS, so it makes sense that I would want to be enabled. But of course, it can disable it seems, as well. Well, 1 levels off. Default. Restricted off, restricted. Alright, catch up is default to classic. Flipstream defaults to on. Split times, camera log, destroy last place. Aggregate position, whatever. Send grid order. And boost on go is on, apparently. Okay. Alright, I have to go back, I guess, to the map. Okay. Yeah, I hear this one's a lot of miles, basically. Yeah, 9.39 miles. Damn. And yeah, it's locked to the main GTS, indeed. Pretty cool, kinda. Not gonna lie, I feel. Got a free mode outfit, yeah. Why not? Why not? Yeah, that's gonna be a crazy one. I bet. I kind of like to focus on just one map, honestly. Playing multiple maps at a time. Was kind of a pain, but yeah. I don't know, also seems like low effort on Rockstar's part now anymore, so like why even do a community series and do there's one of each other, one being a week. Like overall it's communities are featuring less sense anyways. So yeah, whatever. Okay, I'm surprised fans have been going as good as they have in a way. Oh shit. Oh shit, okay. Jeez. I have no clue 100% what's going on anymore. But whatever. Whatever. Find it pretty interesting at night though. If I just got unlucky with the time in game and stuff, of course. It's fun nighttime race though with the tubes and all that stuff though. Definitely. And my headlights are gone. Shuffle is apparently okay. Takes like 4 minutes apparently as well. Alright. Hey, bigger. Let's go. Okay. Rings of fire. Let's go. Yeah, Banshee TSHSW be killing it. Let's go though. Oh shit. Hey. Okay. I was going kind of reckless there, but that's a cool gimmick. Hella big air. Let's fuck ass go, man. I thought earlier it was crazy, but no, that shit crazy. Let's go. Somehow didn't crash out at all, too. All the turning up order was before that. Oh shit, that barricade? Oh shit. And I somehow landed it. Oh god. Move. Alright. Good ass beast over here. Hey, more bigger. Fuck yeah. Oh shit. Diamond. Oh shit, I tipped it. Oh shit. Fuck. Damn it. Man, HSW's getting too crazy for it anymore. For the whole Alright, getting close to done, you know. Ah, come on. How do we turn around like that? Let's move. But the thing is still running and shit. Like this fucking car and shit. Turn it complete utter fucking scrap metal on this one. Oh, cool, that bridge part. That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. Yeah, that was pretty fun. Pretty fun use of the Banshee GTS HSW. Definitely. Fuck yes. Fuck yeah. All the big air and shit. Definitely a great one. Definitely a great one. Or 14-ish K or whatever the fuck all the 15,450,171. Okay. Yeah, yes. I didn't read it all, I guess, but yes, yeah. I guess I can read that paragraph that I didn't read. Yeah. Take on a colossal 9-mile stunt race this week that sprawls across Mount Chiliad in crescendos with a gravity-defying jump. That crazy ass name with all the hyphens and stuff, all those ski jumps by Mr. underscores Stumptown, whatever the fuck all. Left parenthesis available on PS5, Xbox Series X, S, and PC enhanced, right parenthesis. Is unlocked to the Bravado Banshee GTS Sport. Left parentheses, as I got a stupid ass political text or some bullshit. Yeah, left parentheses, sports. Right parentheses. To ensure everyone experiences it at maximum velocity. Okay. And property discount, apparently there's one of those, it looks like this time. And it kind of goes along the theme that they've been doing, I think, for some time now. Where it's like the newest ones. This time around it is apparently the Wheat Shop on a 30% off discount, whatever. If it's like the other times, it's probably not on discount, it looks like. Yeah, tint's usually 10k on it, up to, so yeah. Indeed, they did. Tint's normal price, but property itself 30% off. Smoke on the Water is also apparently the easiest one, apparently, for the newest businesses, too. Since you have the legal work where if you literally just deliver one thing, if If you deliver just one thing of weed or whatever, I believe the legal work is fine for you to destroy the van or something. You can destroy the van if you deliver just one thing of supplies, and basically it gives you your legal work complete. Of course, you'll get less pay for the legal work, but the legal work doesn't pay shit anyways, so you're basically just saving time and stuff if you did it that way. Yeah, and I forget, does it work for every business too when you do it for like one, or is it just for the particular business? I kind of forget. But either way, no other business compares when it comes to new businesses for losing the, like, for losing the heat pretty easily. It is easily the best one. Makes it the best one to grind in a sense. I think that alone makes a good case for buying it. Also, you do boost your, like, weed farm production by 35% when you buy it as well, just keep in mind. So again, a weed farm, 35% boost is definitely pretty good. I think it's just for your biker business, so it doesn't count for your nightclub, unfortunately, though, but still. Good business, technically. It's apparently the best of the three, apparently, kinda. For trying to get through shit quickly, basically. And yeah, I don't think they hotfixed it or anything. I think it's still like that in the game, I believe, nowadays. Even. But yeah, just as a reminder, you do need this car wash first, though. I didn't say that yet, but yeah, you do need a car wash first. Buying a car wash actually allows you to get the other two, so yeah, you do need a car wash before you can get the weed shot. Yeah, good discount. Definitely going to be a good discount. Definitely. Seems to have the potential to be the best of the new businesses. Because the whole thing with the legit work or whatever, kind of a big deal. Kind of a big deal to be able to instantly lose the heat with like almost no effort at all. Alright, and then marine vehicle discounts, weapon discounts, apparently. I already talked about 4 vehicle discounts at Simeon's, and that's basically it, it seems. I think besides for that, there's still like 8 more vehicle discounts, though, Okay. I think I'm kind of starting to know where to go for this all. Yeah, I don't think the arena has anything this time. Yeah, I don't think there's anything for the arena this time, but Benny's does have one thing, it looks like, apparently. One thing, apparently. Yeah, just one apparently, and that is the Debauche Spectre. So yeah, Spenny's Bache Spectre going from $599,000 to $419,300 on 30% off apparently on this one. This one. There's only one that's like not a Simeon vehicle. I think that's 40, and then the rest are 30, I believe. By the way, but still has to be covered. We had a savings. That's like $179,700 or something. I think on the savings, definitely. And my phone's still hella charging. I keep grabbing my phone from afar and shit, which is annoying. Yeah, it's just yeah, going on to sports class, which is what the Spectre is, a sports car. Apparently, apparently. Apparently the Spectre though, it is apparently in the F tier for the sports class according to roughly 150T's vehicle spreadsheet. And that gets it 56th place for lap time. As well as 50th place for top speed apparently. And there's 117 sports cars again as a reminder. Which technically gives it above average for both lap time top speed, even on the newer platforms. The absolute best I think would be like 50th and like 44th or something for the lap time top speed, with a -6 for 6 HSWs into account. For the other platforms, of course. Apparently the customized example only goes up like one time as well, so the performance is very samey. Performance is very samey apparently though, when it comes to the custom version, where it just goes up one placement for both lap time top speed apparently, so... Well, like... 43rd, like... 49th or something like that. Whatever. I like absolute best. So it's more of a vehicle for customization, personal preference kind of reasons. So it is at least above average for both lap time top speed, regardless of which one it is. But there is much better sports cars we have, and definitely, than something stuck in like the 50s and 40s and stuff. Replacements, of course. Yeah. I don't think Alita says anything, if I recall. I could be wrong, no. But I don't think so.
Yeah, no, nothing on Elitist apparently. Apparently. Psychology and Motorsport. Next then. Next then. Alright, so starting off, it looks like there is a discount for the Overflawed Pipistrello for one of you to go through. Going from $2,950,000 to $2,065,000. It apparently has a lock-on jammer on it as well, apparently. Okay. Cool. I don't think it had that with $1 bounty, since I think they only started doing that with Agent Sabotage, if I remember right. So it might have got added in this update or last update for the lock-on jammer. Right. I think so. Yeah, I don't see it for this update, it seems, so it must have been the last update. I think I do remember actually putting a lock-on jammer on the last update, actually, for my Pipistrello, actually, if I recall right. But yes. I'm pretty sure this does not have a trade price at all. Definitely not. Same with the Benny's one. That one did not have a trade price either. But yeah, $2,950 to $2,065,000. That's 15K short of like 900K. So that's like what, 885,000. Yeah, I think it's like $885,000 like savings right there, I believe. Yeah, it has a lock-on jammer and it's electric, which is a good combo. Electric, of course, has that instant acceleration, the 0 to 60 instantly, combined with that possibility of having a lock-on jammer if you decide to go out the way to put one on, of course, for the agency or the plus property, one of the two. Then yeah, that can make it pretty crazy good as a deadly combo kind of thing. This one is a supercar. On a glass one, a sports car it was. And it looks like it's at the top of the B tier, apparently, for the supercar class. looks like according to roughly 152's vehicle spreadsheet is at the top of the B tier as well for the supercar class. Which is apparently good enough for 8th place for lap time. However, it is 59th place. However, yes, it is 59th place for top speed. So yeah, top speed's some of the worst, but lap time is some of the best in comparison. So a better metric, again, as a reminder, is lap time. So it has the better metric as like the single digit placement, which is good for 8th place lap time. But yeah, 59th place for top speed is kind of a complete fucking joke. Is kind of, yes, a complete fucking joke. That's just being with electric. That is the huge thing, like the huge downside for electric cars, is they do have the piss poor top speed in comparison. Unless it's something like the Cyclone 2, where it's like a HSW, and therefore, because it has HSW and HSW prioritizes on top speed, then it actually does, in fact, get a good top speed. That's a very niche situation, but yes, that is a very niche situation, definitely. That's that one. I already went over Turismo Maggio since I was in the Simeons. Alright.
This is the other 40% discount. It's actually not the one at the dealership, and that is apparently the Tuner Panther, or whatever. It is the only Tuner vehicle in the whole game, apparently, so it's the only vehicle that actually has this manufacturer in this game, which makes it interesting. Again, I do not believe it has a trade price. I think it had a limited release when it first came out, but like that was about it, I think, for anything I remember. But ever since that, it's been available like for good. 170, 700. I think it's $868,000 off, I believe, exactly on the 40% off. So looking like on this one. Apparently. And yeah, this one's a sports car, like the Spectre, apparently. And according to the spreadsheet, the Panther it is apparently in the I tier for the sports class, which is good enough for 84th place, which is good enough, yes, for 84th place in lap time. And it does get 38th place top speed. And it, yes, apparently gets 38th place for top speed, apparently. Alright, so -6 would give it 78th place at best for a lap time without HSW into account. And then 32nd place at best for top speed, and then 32nd place at best for top speed. It's in the 30s for top speed, which isn't bad at least, but I think this is more for the unique vehicle manufacturer, I think. I think, quite frankly, buying this vehicle is more for getting that unique vehicle manufacturer than it is for actual customization or anything else. Customization would definitely be one of the stronger things alongside the unique manufacturer, though. But yeah, performance is not really there too much on this vehicle, unfortunately. Especially not for lap time, which is more important of the two metrics. on average. And yeah, apparently that Carrera XO is actually on a sale, apparently. The one that just got put on the subscription last event is actually on a sale for this event, apparently, for like everybody. So it's a 30% off sale, surely. It does have a missile lock-on jammer apparently on it. As of one of the last couple updates, agents have thought short of money fronts. 1 to 2 definitely added it to it, surely. I believe it's $867,000 off on the savings area for 30%, so like, I did just talk about this the last one, but yeah. Something like 16th place for a lap time, I believe, and like 5th place for top speed. Or if not 16th, it might be like 18th, 19th on lap time, and I think like 5th place, of course. aka the best non-HSW supercar for top speed. So on the legacy platforms, it's basically the #1 top speed, which is insane for the supercar class. So this is a very good vehicle. Yes, this is a very good vehicle, but let me make sure I have that all correct, of course, since I wasn't really looking at the spreadsheet. I was going off of the last stream, of course. I was going off of the last stream, of course. Yeah, to add the race tier, it is a C tier, apparently, for the supercar class. Supercar class. And yeah, 18th place for lap time, as well as 5th place top speed, apparently. Might have said 16 for lap time, but no, it's 18 for lap time, and 5th place top speed. And yeah, 3 or 4 HSW vehicles have a better lap time than the Tourer XO. Apparently. So absolute best gets like 15 for lap time. That's absolute best, being like a few placements out top 10 instead several. And then yeah, 5th place would go all the way to 1st place again without the HSW into account. So that's obviously extremely good. It's a super valuable supercar to have on the Tourer XO. So if you don't want to buy the subscription, it is on a discount of 30%, which is nice. However, if you just want the vehicle for free, as long as you pay like $8 a month, then you basically get the vehicle for free. Which has more than PlayStation Plus for a single month, which is kind of garbage, but for a vehicle that's pretty good, if you don't want to grind for it, it's something to consider though. However, given you have to have HSW access on 9th gen, it kind of does devalue it. I would definitely say for the vehicle though, since you will always have since you will always have some kind of HSW access available, basically. Yeah, I already went over to Ignis since I was at Simeon's. Like the Terzo Magio, of course. SARR also went over recently. Yes. Tourer XO just got the lock-on jammer this update, by the way, not the last update, so interesting. Barry went over that one. Yes, I did. Didn't seem there was any for 4-door here. Yes. Might have won over all them. Might have won over all the ones on this website then. And then, see, I already went over Shinobi, of course, being at the Pre-Indox Motorsport, of course. Warstock does have some stuff apparently. So it's like starting off will be the B11 Strike Force, apparently, for the After Hours DLC. So since it is all weaponized and stuff like crazy, not going to really necessarily cover performance, and it's just more its capabilities, of course. I believe this one's just buy it now price. I don't think there's a trade price on this, by the way. So no matter what player you are, it should be free. No matter what player you are, it should be $3,800,000 to $2,606,000 for the $1,140,000 discount there. It's looking like. Which is definitely a nice discount for like 30% off or whatever. We had a weaponry on this. Is honestly kind of meh in my opinion. Even if like the sound effects pretty cool on the gun. We had a gun. It is explosive. There's a reason it didn't really get nerfed compared to other explosive cannons though, because it's really not that good compared to other explosive cannons. Like for example, obviously the Hydra laser, like what would have been the F-160 Hydra cannon, of course, that not got nerfed at the time. That obviously got nerfed because it's a really good explosive cannon. Savage still has said good explosive cannon, which is fair on that one. It's a much lower vehicle and doesn't. And it's kind of a glass cannon vehicle in the Savage, yeah. That one absolutely decimates everything. It's kind of like a one-off kind of interesting explosive cannon, something like the Rogue or something, where it's kind of more like a gimmick cannon rather. It's kind of more like a gimmick explosive cannon rather than like an actual truly full-on useful explosive cannon, I suppose. But yeah. Makes a cool sound of like bird sound effect, which is pretty cool. It might be better for ground targets than actual air targets, if I'm remembering right, which is interesting. But at the same time, you have to be pretty concentrated on your fire. You have to be pretty direct hitting on your targets. Unlike again the old school laser cannon, where I think it could be a good bit away from the target and still blow it up due to some like splash damage on those old like fighter jet like explosive cannons they had. But yeah, you have to hit your targets pretty direct. I don't know, I do think I hear that B-11 is actually pretty good for dogfighting for some reason though, but I don't know if it's mostly because of its cannon or like some other reason, like it's turning or something. I was trying to remember if it's been all that good against other aircrafts. Could have sworn the guns were actual ground targets though, which is interesting. But yeah, it's alright, I would say, for the explosive cannon it has, honestly, I guess. I guess. And then for missiles, it only gets 30 of the homing missiles apparently, which is unusual for aircraft. Usually aircrafts actually have unlimited homing missiles, but in the case of B-11, it only gets 30 of the homing missiles for some reason. So it's kind of like other like land vehicles, like actual land vehicles, where it has to reload the like missiles for some reason. The only real thing that I assume for why it has that limit is so you have to prioritize the barrage missiles. Yeah, it's only playing the game, I think, with the barrage missiles. I think the reason behind it was probably to get you to use the barrage missiles rather than like the homing missiles most times. Which I guess makes it play a bit more interesting, like unique and stuff. But in the grand scheme of things, not having like unlimited homing missiles is kind of a huge deal breaker in my opinion for like good weaponry. Again, only playing the game with barrage missiles. Obviously, being a plane, it moves a lot quicker than a helicopter, so like that's the advantage there on the barrage missiles. And then yeah, this does have some explosive resistance, I believe. But the landing gear, where like the rudders, like the tail and stuff, I think can be broken pretty easily if it gets hit by an explosive round or something. So something to keep in mind when getting shot in like the tail or something, just be careful of that, of course, since that can betray your explosive resistance, since explosive resistance only protects from actual like explosives, not like your tails coming off or anything for the plane that would make it like get disabled easier or something. It's an interesting aircraft. It's an interesting personal aircraft for sure. And yeah, it is after the Hangar came out, so you do need the Hangar for it as well, by the way. It is not Pegasus, you do need the Hangar to be able to pick it up, basically. So that's a paywall you'll have to deal with if you just don't need it, basically. That's definitely an alright vehicle. I think it's more of a free mode using vehicle than it is for like grinding content though, with the lack of the homing missiles though. Definitely no, definitely no. But you definitely could use it for some decent grinding, I'm sure, if you use it good enough, of course. And yes. Apparently the Akula's on the discount as well. This one does have a trade price. It says tied to Doomsday Heist, by the way. So on a trade price, it goes from $3,375,000 to $2,362,500. Apparently, okay. 1,010,000. 1,000,000, like $12,500 or something. I think. For the savings. Pretty good savings, definitely. Definitely. Stealth helicopter can be pretty nice. But yeah, stealth helicopter has machine guns which are kind of pea shooters, unfortunately, compared to like other guns, like Annihilator guns. Day 1 Annihilator guns, for example, definitely put it to shame. Because for some reason they go weaker guns on newer, like, DLC helicopters. Not sure why, but maybe they want the dogfights to last longer or something. I'm not 100%. Yeah, it has a stealth mode that can be toggled on and off, which is good for hiding, like, business cargo, assuming it works right. But as far as I heard, it might be bugged for the Akula in particular. So I'm not sure if that actually works in particular like it's supposed to. But regardless of stealth mode that you can toggle on and off to attempt to hide cargo is obviously a very good thing to have. Especially in those public lobbies, if you do stuff in public lobbies a lot for some reason. Yeah, it does have missiles. Missiles, you are limited to either the homing or the barrage at one time. You cannot have homing and barrage at the same time. Like, you cannot be 11, unfortunately, so you have to choose between them. And for choosing between them, I definitely recommend homing over the barrage. I definitely would recommend homing over barrage. If you want both, again, just get the B11 on discount. You might as well just get B11 on discount. You want both of them after all. And yeah, the unfortunate thing about Akula, like, missiles is you have to, like, go into stealth mode to act as, like, the homing off missiles. There's no homing off missiles directly on the Akula since they expect to use the stealth mode to do the homing off essentially on the missiles. So just be aware that when you're using it in combat and stuff, is that the missile mechanics are kind of weird on the vehicle. Per se. And then, yeah, I cannot honestly think of anything else too much. But it's pretty fine for point A to point B transport. And it is also a helicopter, which is one of the best vehicles to grind in the game. And it is also a helicopter, which is one of the best types of vehicles to grind with in the whole game. So obviously, being a helicopter is very essential for grinding stuff as absolutely efficient as possible. Whatever. But yeah, both of those discounts have been pretty good, and some more stock discounts, definitely. Anything else for this website? Where was that at? I wonder. Oh yeah, the Arvin, right. I was like, I swore there was something else. But yeah. And then I think the Arden. Yeah, I think just like the B11, it doesn't have a trade price. I think it's always buy now price for 1,150,000 to 805,000 for a 30% off discount. Which, speaking of that, I forgot to actually mention how you get the trade price on the Akula. Yeah, the Akula trade price. Akula trade price, yes. That trade price, it requires you to, like, do something with Act 1 of the Doomsday Heist, I believe. It's either one of the, like, setup missions, or you need to do the whole, like, finale mission, 1 to 2, I believe, for that. If it's a certain prep, like, setup mission, I think it's the one that takes you to, like, the news farm or something, I believe. Otherwise, then, yeah. Act 1 finale, I think if it's not tied to that, Act 1 finale for sure, then if it's not tied to that, then I'm thinking for sure. For sure. Alright, but yeah, back on topic now for the Ardent though, 30% off, $1,150,000, $805,000. Again, I swear this one doesn't have a trade price. I believe it's buy it now. Only, I believe, on this one. So it should be the price everybody has, like the B11 Start Force. Adding a gun running DLC. It was, yes, adding gun running DLC. It's basically a traditional Sports Classics car that has, like, guns on it, basically. But yeah, it's a pretty quick Sports Classics vehicle that has guns on it, basically, for machine guns, for machine guns. So. But yeah, they're pea shooter guns, they're not explosive guns, so And yeah, since it's kind of not got that much going on for it, I guess I can go for performance on this particular one. Why not? Getting it's for the Sports Classics class. Sorry, my goddamn phone bombarded today. God fucking damn, bro. God fucking damn, man. Get my whole phone bombarded and shit. Like, what the hell? What the hell? But yeah, the Sports Classics class, the Arden. It is apparently at the bottom to A tier, apparently. It is, yes, apparently at the bottom to A tier. Which gives it 7th place for a lap time. which yes gives it 7th fucking place for a lap time. This phone still gets fucking bombarded. Stop bombarding my fucking phone, you retards. Fucking damn, bro. Seriously. Yeah. Sport Classic class 1 A tier, fucking Arden. 7th place for lap time, but a billion fuck ass time is my bonus for again. And 15th place for top speed, apparently. Shit would be 5th and like 13th at best, or something with 2 HSWs for its 4 classics class. So cool. Cool. Yeah. Form's pretty fine for the lap time, so... It performs pretty fine for a lap time, yes. And yes, just got machine guns, basically. For the slightest bit of weaponry. That's starting, basically, right there. And yeah, Surgeon pickups are actually on discount and just glitched up at the moment, for sure. Same with the buzzard, for sure. Yeah, sorry about the accident and got all that, because everybody keeps borrowing my fucking phone today. For some fucking reason. Yeah, I think there's at least one more vehicle here. I think. Let me make sure that everything else is covered. I think there are discounts. I think. Yeah, I think there's just one discount for Southern, and I think that's it, basically, for vehicle discounts. I believe it's 2-door, and I think it's the club for the Los Santos, like, summer special update, I think it would have been from. Yeah, I think it was the Los Santos summer special update, the summer 2020 update. With like no drip feed, basically. I think it was that one that had it. Yes. Yeah, BF Club, return from Grandpa Los Angeles, I'm for sure. Returns from them, for sure. 1,280,000 to 896,000. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it has no trade price. Again, there's like not too much noteworthy from that update, aside for like everything dropping on like day one almost. So that's for like maybe like one little thing or so. $384,000 savings, I think, for the 30% off on this one. This one. Yeah, it's in the compacts class, I'm pretty sure. One of the best vehicles in that class as well, I'm pretty sure. Basically the best non-HSW, I believe, as well. I believe. Check the spreadsheet, of course, just in case. Just in case. But yes. But yeah, this is the second vehicle in the S tier for the compact class, apparently alongside the HSW. Beers RA is the only HSW for that class, which gives it second place for both hot on top speed, it looked like. So it's basically the best one, of course, without HSW, and then second best with HSW, since there's only the one HSW per class. Yeah, very good vehicle for performance, clearly then. Very cool returning vehicle from Grandpa San Andreas, definitely. Yeah, it's a very good vehicle, definitely. Alright, so yeah, that's everything, pretty much. Alright, the smoker, that's, the flare beam, whatever, I don't really care for, yeah. Alright, start heading to the HSW town draw, I think. So I obviously already did the stash house, as I know. As I know, yes, I have already done the stash house. Alright, guard, cover the guard. I guess I'm right here. I might as well just do it. Yeah, $7,000 it always is on those guards. It's like the GoldenEye 007 reference or something. 50,451,383 apparently. Okay. Wait, on my head I was not destroying, like my tail end. How? I don't know. I always remember it happening, but okay. Oh shit. Damn it, move, fucker. Oh, and actually, I'm not ready for HSW time trial yet, right? But not a couple things or something. Now I think about it. First of all, if I be priority file, money opportunity that happens like every event I forget about at times. That I do, yes, forget about at times. Apparently the fine art file was hit this time. For 306,000, so like 153,000. One of the better couple to have it on alongside Project Breakaway, so that's also a pretty good one to have. And yeah, I'll go for the salvage yard robberies as well.
I'll see you at the gym. For sure. Shit!
Alright, so apparently for the salvage yard robberies, looks like the standard range target is a Karen Boar from Los Santos Drug Wars DLC. That like kind of civilian-ish, like more traditional looking vehicle. That's an off-road class vehicle. Go to GT Series videos coming post. I guess I shall for some more information. Basically.
We're sacrificing together. I feel your pain. Impotent rage. Eat organic, recycle, or I'll have a fit. He's a judgmental hypocrite. Union entitlements rule. Ban God in school. Smack for junkies. Welfare for flunkies. Impotent rage. The liberal superhero. I just care too much. Everyone get back to work! What the hell is this? Get back to work! Impotent rage.
Alright, looks like Karen Boar's McTony robbery does submarine one over in like Polito Bay or whatever. Bruh.
Oh, Impotent Rage! Thank
Go figure. Go figure. Go figure. But apparently max sell value on this one is $251,000, and then salvage value is $200,800. And yeah, I don't know what the main plates are, by the way. Next then is the Grotti Stinger GT from day one of GTA Online, over on October 1st, 2013. Since yeah, that was day one of online, not single player. It wasn't actually in single player apparently at all. Looks to be the mid-range vehicle this time around. Robbery apparently is for the Duggan robbery, the one at the arena. It looks like. Has max sell value of $337,000 and then salvage value of $269,600 KK. And then last but not least, the top range vehicle looks to be the Obey 10F. Not like one Benny's vehicle from a Criminal Enterprise DLC. That also appears on Legend Motorsport, I believe, as well. Which is apparently for the podium robbery. Podium robbery, okay, casino robbery, of course, surely. Has max sell value for $86,000 and salvage value for $8,800 apparently. Okay. Those are the salvage yard targets for the event. Alright, I think that's truly it until the gun van HSW town trial now. Now I remember there's a couple things. Cause yeah, again, I already did stash house. Basically. Yeah, if I don't find the gun van by the time I get to the HSW town trial, I'll just go over it for the weapon wheel, I think. Damn it, move. Wait, I killed him somehow, bro. Damn, man. Yeah, boy. Right there.
It was an honest mistake.
Holy shit! Fuck yeah!
Alright, so my phone's complete charging. I'm just gonna plug that shit because I'm tired of reaching through my whole bed frame or some shit, like almost halfway through or some shit. Get that shit though, no. Or I might just purposely wait so I can actually be comfortable and shit when I do the last part of this shit. Whatever.
I'm gonna wait, fuck that shit, man. I have free range to the last bits that I cover here, damn it. Gotta reach across this shit much longer, bro. Fucking swear, man. Alright, finally got done just now, ironically, as I was seeing that stuff more and more. Alright, let's unplug this shit. God damn it. Alright, yeah, I should definitely probably check my live stream now. Make sure things are going fine again now. Don't know.
Hey, man.
Already get going, I think now. No. Alright, so gonna go through the gun ban inventory now. Fuck. Got a railgun. Railgun's appearing the gun ban again.
It's about time you called.
Fire a couple rounds of these so to show it on the show. I was kind of mentioning railgun earlier for Blow 4, for example. This strap, basically, this just is the strap, basically, I was showing actually. So you fire those, you can literally fire the whole thing. You don't have to pay like something like 10 to 1k, I think, for all the ammo, which is kind of insane. But it is an explosive weapon, so it does make sense. But you can just drop ammo. You can do it for that, or you can also do the Mirrorweaver one, I believe, as well. But Mirrorweaver one's like a lot more clunky and slow and stuff. Doing that basically gets you the instant railgun. I think you have to have the actual railgun equipped though. I think you have to actually have the railgun equipped though. If you do, if like another weapon, it won't refill the railgun though, I believe, for some reason. But yeah. Regardless, that's the method to do it, basically, and it's a very useful way to do Blow 4. It will be a very useful way of doing like Blow 4, for example. Double barrel shotgun apparently after that. I think it's a joke, to be honest. So I should be able to use it on like a motorcycle. It's like not necessarily that great sets for that, honestly. For example, one I actually really do like for a Rockstar title is Red Dead Redemption's double barrel shotgun, I believe. I know the first game at least, where like if you press it certain ways, it'll like shoot one barrel. It will shoot one barrel if you do it a certain way, or it will even shoot like both barrels if you do it a certain way as well. With like the triggers, with like the trigger or something, basically. In this game, I think it just fires both barrels regardless. This game just does both barrels like every time, I'm pretty sure, which is kind of dumb as fuck, I feel, but yeah. Yes. It's very simplified in this game, which I don't like. But you can at least use it on a motorcycle, which does redeem it a little bit at least.
Hello, darling. How are you?
So it can be an interesting weapon to use, I guess.
I've been dying to talk to you. God,
Think about it. Craft awaits.
Pump shotgun is the Mark II version, being the only one with the explosive slugs in the game. Not the only one with explosives outright when there's the explosive rounds for the heavy sniper, but again, I said explosive slugs, it's the only one with the explosive slugs, so. One of the two more interesting Mark II weapons of the game. Definitely one of the more. Definitely. Yeah, definitely one of the two, like, Mark II weapons with the more interesting explosive rounds, definitely. So, interesting. So, pump shotgun is definitely very good for the Mark II, definitely. Knuckle dusters is arguably the most customizable melee weapon in the whole game, which is pretty cool. Has some pretty cool cosmetics too. Can also be used underwater. Can yes also be used underwater, which is definitely interesting. which yes, is definitely pretty interesting. Albeit not all that practical, of course.
Hello? It's so nice to hear your voice. Tell me what you're up to. Tell me everything. What? What you said?
Our non-discount weapons are the Tackle SMG, which is on the general 40% off.
Can I speak to Dr. Parker?
So every single player will get 40% off on this, whether it's for legacy platforms or the current platforms. No need for subscription. It's all going to be 40% off regardless for this one weapon here. For this one weapon here, of course. Yeah, when it came out, it was the best, like, drop-by weapon for pretty much just about any, like, vehicle in the game. Besides for a small amount of vehicles, they'll allow you to use, like, special drop-by weapons. Like helicopter side seats, for example, that you use, like, RPGs, like, snipers and stuff. You have, like, the side seats of, like, the... What's it called? Oh yeah, the Moonbeam, for example, has, like, side seats. Stuff like that has, like, the special, like, drop-by, like, weapons you can use. Phantom Wedge, like, back seats have, like, the special, like, drop-by weapons, for example, as well. And those are at least a couple examples that come to mind, basically.
What do you want now?
But any vehicle that doesn't have, like, the special drop-by seats, basically, Tackle SMG is basically the best drop-by weapon. The ones with, like, the basic drop-by weapons only, basically. And this came out a couple years ago with San Andreas Mercenaries DLC, so... Ever since the last couple years, 60 rounds have been beating the 36 rounds of the AP pistol. Yeah, 36 rounds of AP pistol was the highest until, like, a couple years ago, basically. Where now it goes to that. Tackle SMG... So it is basically the best drop-by weapon in the whole game. It is, yes, basically the best drop-by weapon in the whole game. Yes, indeed. And then, last but not least, is the battle rifle being 30% off for Plus members. Yes, you do need the subscription for 30% off for the battle rifle for the Plus subscription, of course, for the $8 a month for for the $8 a month. Yes, of course, you do need the subscription apparently for the 30% off for it. Apparently. Yeah, battle rifle. may seem mostly useless with the shitty, like, 30, like, ammo count on the extended clip, even a measly 20 without an extended clip, which is a complete fucking joke. But it's actually the best suppressed weapon in the game, arguably. It is actually arguably the best suppressed weapon in the game, actually. But yeah, they consider the battle rifle to have like a better caliber bullet, it seems, compared to other assault rifles, where you can actually do 2 bird 1 stone like headshot. You can actually do 2 bird 1 stone headshot, which is interesting with this weapon, which you wouldn't necessarily expect to be the case. But yeah, test it out on an easy stealth mission, and you'll see it can actually penetrate through 2 headshots. Test it out on an easy stealth mission. You can actually test out. You can actually do like 2 bird 1 stone headshots, which is actually pretty huge. So it is the best stealth assault rifle. It is. Tongue twister. Yes, come on. It is. Yeah, it is the best 2 bird 1 stone stealth like headshot assault rifle in the whole game, basically. For that reason, basically. Sorry if I'm not saying it well, but it's stupid hernia, like, goddamn COVID bullshit fucking me up, of course. But yeah, if you can afford to use it in a stealth mission for the measly 30 rounds it has, then definitely use it. For sure. And then for throwables, you have the gun van exclusive of the Molotov cocktails, which is definitely useful. Only place where you can buy them outright. You can't buy them outright at Ammunition or the agency. You have to buy outright at the. You have to buy outright at the gun van, and that's pretty much the only option for outright buying them. Of course. Then you have your basic explosive throwable, the grenade. But yeah. Sucks you have to time them a certain way, of course, since they are the most basic explosive throwable in the game, but still. And then, sticky bomb. There was the armored truck earlier that I found, where the armored... there was the armored truck I found earlier, yeah, that the sticky bomb could be super useful for blowing up the doors of the... For blowing up the doors of the armored truck, yeah, it's useful for that, of course. Otherwise, you get to blow it up whenever you want, which obviously is a super useful thing to have. Definitely. And yeah, sides for that's just your armor, basically. Basically from there, it's literally just going to be your body armor. Alright, so now I can finish up with the HSW time trial, finally.
What you need, boss? Some wheels? I can bring them around.
Okay, new idea.
I'll get there as soon as I can.
Never too late. Well, you know, I'm always telling users it's never too late.
I'd see if I can do this one first try. Like the last one, actually went pretty clutch on the last one though. Part-time 1 minute 59 seconds at least for this particular vehicle. per se.
Daytime programming. And that's what they're getting. It's your problem. It doesn't matter if
Loading
it's good or
my
not.
desktop version, just using my phone a couple times, make sure the stream's still going fine. Yes.
You wanted a kid. He's your problem.
It's the only language they understand.
When? I'm never coming back. I stay on the West Coast.
Alright, yeah, I need to mark in on there first. Right, I was actually about to go, I think. That would have been kind of dumb to do. See if the stream can actually like last the whole time, like after time trial, because last time it actually didn't somehow. Even though I only had like a minute left to record too. But whatever. Like post commentary after the time trial, but whatever. Whatever. Again, it wasn't really a big deal and didn't cut off much of anything as far as I'm listening. Besides for the outro, of course, which is annoying, but yes. Oh shit, I made it for real, let's go. I'm actually surprised it went as smooth sailing as it did. Definitely. That also went surprisingly smooth sailing, I feel, given that I wasn't expecting a car to get there. Or something, but still. See what I can do with the insane top speed this has. Come on, move! Damn it. Fucking game, what a bitch, what a bitch. I knew you were gonna cause me to do that shit somehow. Or something. Move, come on. Fuck you, stupid COVID. I won't be surprised to have to do this all over again because to crash into the goddamn fucking one thing. This fuck ass game being a bitch. Jeez. Seems I'll do it so on the first try though. Holy shit. Please, please, please. Alright, I did it, Yes. First try, let's go, let's go, let's go. God, somehow I did it first fucking try. Holy shit, bro. I went absolutely mad insane there. This game deserved that shit, that's for sure, that's for sure. Fucking goddamn, that car was in a bad spot though. It made me crash into the fucking goddamn barricade or some shit. Some shit. That was fucking annoying. Yes, yes, yes. I think that's probably gonna truly be it for this stream though, yeah. Next stream will be the next event, most definitely. I would think for GTA, of course. Red Dead might be another week to go to another thing there. River Con, right? Of course, of course, of course. Yeah, this vehicle's been an interesting one to use, definitely. Definitely been liking using it lately. Yeah, it's only 2 PM as well, not like goddamn 3 or 4 some shit, so that's good, good. I get to do other stuff in my life today. Yes, yes, yes. It's finally gonna be it for this stream, I guess. Hope you enjoyed.